Committee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any time. Without objection, all members shall have 5 legislative days within which to submit additional materials to the chair for inclusion in the record. A quorum being present, we will now proceed to today's business. The chair will recognize himself for an opening statement. Good morning, and welcome to our first legislative markup for the 119th Congress. I'm eager to start our work. For these next 2 years, we'll focus on balancing regulatory oversight with the promotion of innovation and competitiveness in the U.S. financial services sector. Over our first full month, with great help from all of our members, our subcommittee chairs have either held hearings or policy or a roundtable on subcommittees' areas of focus already in this year. The Financial Services Committee, under Republican leadership, has legislative priorities that we will conduct hearings and pursue solutions in each of our subcommittees and the task force. Subcommittee chairs will tackle these issues through a portfolio approach, where subcommittee chairs will encourage all members to work together and fully participate. We'll do the hard work to find solution, and I encourage all members, Republican and Democrat, to bring your ideas to your subcommittee chair and ranking member. I will emphasize to my friends across the aisle, our doors are open for discussion. This is evidenced by the fact that just last week we held a full committee hearing on the challenge being posed by China across a range of bipartisan issues. We all agree the United States will prevail over China. To show our commitment to defending the United States and our allies against China, this markup includes several bipartisan measures championed by members of this committee. These bills underscore the scope of the committee's jurisdiction and the unique way that our members contribute to our national security. We will be promoting a forward-looking agenda by safeguarding the integrity of our financial system against fentanyl trafficking, mitigating longer-term risks in the Chinese financial system, supporting our friends in Taiwan at the international financial institutions, and by ensuring that we finance global energy infrastructure supplied by the United States and our allies. These are just a few of the initiatives that I look forward to passing today. As I noted, our hearing on China last week, we're focused on winning the economic and global leadership race with China by building a better system than China. And that includes building a global financial system where our values and our interests prevail. I commend all of our sponsors for their work to make this a reality. Today, we'll also consider a Congressional Review Act resolution to nullify the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau's harmful overdraft rule. The CFPB's misguided overdraft rule imposes a government-mandated price cap that would reduce consumer choice, deny this needed citizen service to many of our citizens, while stifling innovation. Don't take my word for it. A Federal Reserve Bank of New York report concluded that overdraft fee caps hinder financial inclusion. When constrained by fee caps, banks reduce overdraft coverage and deposit supply, causing more return checks and a decline in account ownership among low-income households. The CFPB overdraft rule exceeded authority granted to the CFPB by Congress under the Truth in Lending Act. This resolution simply reverses the CFPB overreach. I would implore my friends across the aisle to consider the impact of the CFPB's overdraft rule. By forcing banks through a government mandate to cut their fees or treat overdrafts as loans legally, banks will limit the service, especially to low-income and low-credit customers. That will drive customers in a pinch towards alternative products, much more costly non-bank type services. Certainly that cannot be the intention with a no vote on this resolution. With that, I yield back the balance of my time, and I recognize Mr. Caston of Illinois for an opening statement. And let me say before you start, Mr. Caston, that we regret the passing of Mr. Turner of Houston, and we absolutely have his family and our congressional family in our prayers, and particularly Ranking Member Waters, who's very close to Mr. Turner, and I hope she'll join us a little later this morning. But let me thank the gentleman from Illinois to serve as ranking member as we start our markup today, and let me yield to you 5 minutes for your opening comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we all grieve the loss of Mr. Turner. Finding out this morning that I would be sitting in here and trying to read a statement in the voice of Maxine Waters, you'll appreciate has a whole host of challenges. So I will do my best as we hope to have her back here later today. Today, President Trump, Elon Musk, and Trump's cabinet of billionaires are illegally firing thousands of federal workers and closing down agencies that are charged with protecting Americans. They are also illegally withholding payments that are both a violation of Congress's congressional power of the purse and the Impoundment Control Act. They've halted food for millions of people starving in Somalia and medicines to the poorest children around the world. They are publicly betraying our allies while embracing a brutal dictator, Vladimir Putin, who has illegally invaded, bombed, and pillaged Ukraine. As we sit here right now, there are Ukrainian children who were kidnapped by the Russian army, who are being held by Russian families, and there is not a word out of the White House about looking out for the interests of those kidnapped children. I don't see any Native Americans in this chamber, and yet the Trump administration is demonizing immigrants. They are openly selling American citizenship to Russian oligarchs, and Trump is lobbying 25% taxes on Americans and American business when they buy household goods from Canada and Mexico. If you don't believe this, you can look at what the stock market has done, falling by 1,500 points over the last 2 days as investors freak out that our economy is crumbling, and Russian officials are gleefully celebrating Trump as he parrots their lies and falsehoods. Trump and the Republicans have done nothing to bring down costs for Americans. While I agree that only female chickens lay eggs, the anti-DEI initiatives are not doing anything to increase the number of egg-laying roosters or to lower the price of eggs, and I would challenge Vice President Vance to stand in front of a pile of egg cartons today if he disagrees. But in this committee, the public is being asked to ignore all those realities and instead pretend that higher prices are good for you and that we have a president who actually obeys the law. For example, Republicans would like to overturn a rule that limits bank overdraft fees to $5, down from $35 or more, and is right now saving American consumers $5 billion a year. Working-class families are already struggling with the Trump price increases on eggs and other groceries, the cost of housing, the meltdown from Trump's economic policies. Not surprisingly, more than 80% of Americans, including Republicans, want to see those overdraft fees capped. And yet, the majority will vote to raise those fees today and say that higher fees are good for America. If you want more proof that the committee is operating in some bizarre alternative reality today, look no further than the slate of bills making reforms to institutions that Trump is already dismantling. We're going to review bills today about activities at the international financial institutions like the World Bank, International Monetary Fund, even as Trump is making plans to withdraw from those organizations. What are we choosing? We're also going to see bills on combating fentanyl and extending sanctions, even as Trump is gutting essential financial crimes laws like the Corporate Transparency Act and is firing people from the organizations tasked with inspecting containers that come into our borders, often from China, that contain fentanyl precursors. This is what you do if you want to increase the amount of fentanyl in the United States, not reduce it. If Republicans were serious about taking on China, we'd be considering serious legislation to rein in Trump and Elon Musk as they cozy up to China. Elon Musk has billions of dollars of businesses in China. You may recall that he blocked the outbound investment screen in no small part because Tesla sales in the U.S. are plummeting, but he is trying to build out manufacturing facilities and AI training facilities in China and wants to cozy up to their government. Donald Trump, of course, issued his Trump meme coin, where hundreds of millions of dollars of those initial purchases of that meme coin were bought by Chinese investors, and hundreds of millions of dollars of deal fees were paid to Donald Trump and Trump-affiliated organizations for that meme coin by the Chinese government for something that is worthless. That is a violation of the Emoluments Clause of the Constitution as China seeks to influence the United States president. Just 3 years ago, in a bipartisan manner, members of this committee sought to impose new sanctions on Putin, to isolate Russia and to support Ukraine as Putin illegally invaded our democratic ally. According to recent reporting from Reuters, Trump is preparing to lift sanctions on Russia and take other actions that would violate that bipartisan legislation. I would ask Mr. Chairman whether we still have a bipartisan agreement that Russia is our enemy. I'd ask further, Do we believe that if we pass legislation in this committee to defend Taiwan, that Trump would follow through? And if the White House is unwilling to carry out the laws that are passed by the legislative branch, and we are unwilling to do our oversight against the executive branch's failure, what is the purpose of Congress? I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. We will now, pursuant to notice, I'm going to call up H.R. 910. The clerk will report the bill, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 910, a bill to require the Secretary of the Treasury to pursue more equitable treatment of Taiwan at the international financial institution.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim, the sponsor of this legislation, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Hill. And before I speak, I also would like to offer my condolences to the family of Representative Sylvester Turner on the surprising news that we all heard this morning. So wanted to start with that. And I want to thank Chairman Hill for considering my bipartisan legislation, H.R. 910, the Taiwan Non-Discrimination Act. And I also want to thank my colleague, Representative Green of Texas, for co-leading this bill with me. Mr. Chairman, long-standing U.S. policy towards Taiwan has supported its membership in international organizations where statehood is not a prerequisite. The United States also advocates for Taiwan's voice to be heard where membership is not possible. This principle has endured for decades across the Republican and the Democratic administrations, and it has repeatedly been reaffirmed in bills passed by this Congress. My bill is straightforward. It requires the Treasury Department to implement our Taiwan policy at the International Monetary Fund, or IMF. As the legislation makes it clear, Taiwan is not required to be a member of the United Nations to gain membership in the IMF. In fact, Kosovo, also not a UN member, has belonged to the IMF for over a decade. If Taiwan seeks admission to the IMF, Treasury should carry out the U.S. policy by supporting its application. My bill urges the IMF to integrate Taiwan into its regular economic monitoring activities and provide Taiwanese nationals with equal employment opportunities and other appropriate technical assistance. This is long overdue for Taiwan. The IMF is devoted to monetary cooperation, exchange rate stability, and the growth of international trade. It is absurd for the institution to exclude an economic powerhouse like Taiwan. Taiwan is one of our top 10 trading partners, and it has the 5th largest reserves of any foreign country, which is greater than Brazil, South Korea, Mexico, or any European country except Switzerland. Alongside Korea, Taiwan is also one of the world's most astonishing economic growth stories. So why wouldn't we want its experiences to inform the work of the IMF? At a time when China has been threatening the work of the IMF through its non-transparent lending abroad and its lack of cooperation with other creditors, we must focus the fund on effective international cooperation. That means openness toward potential members like Taiwan that can make significant contributions to the IMF's mission. Mr. Chairman, let me also add one more point. Advocating for Taiwan's membership in the IMF will unlock additional opportunities for the inclusion in other international financial institutions. The World Bank, for instance, requires countries to be first members of the IMF. And in the Senate, the Foreign Relations Committee has expressed bipartisan support for Taiwan's membership at the Inter-American Development Bank. This, too, would be made possible after Taiwan joins the IMF. So my legislation is not just about Taiwan's voice at the fund, but potentially its broader involvement in the international financial institutions. So again, I want to thank the chairman and the committee for considering this Taiwan Non-Discrimination Act, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. I'd like to ask the clerk, if you would, to call up H.R. 10 and report the bill as in the nature of a substitute, amendment in the nature of a substitute.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 910, offered by Mrs. Kim of California.
Thank you. Without objection, this bill will be considered read and open to amendment at any time. I want to thank,
Chairman, may I request a recorded vote?
no, not yet. Not yet, but we appreciate your eagerness. And I want to thank the gentleman from California for her support, and you've yielded back. Who seeks recognition? Anybody else want to speak on
Green
this?
from Texas, Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Green from Texas, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the ranking member who is not here, as well as Mr. Caston, who is here in her stead. I especially thank Ms. Kim for her outstanding effort in this noble cause. I'm pleased to partner with her once again with H.R. 910, the Taiwan Non-Discrimination Act. This legislation would require the United States to support Taiwan's membership and participation in the International Monetary Fund, the IMF. This bill is a common sense bipartisan measure, and it, quite frankly, will benefit Taiwan, but it also benefits us. Taiwan has been a friend more than an associate, a friend to the United States. We are welcomed when we visit Taiwan. We are received, and the proverbial red carpet is rolled out. So I think that it's appropriate for us to do all that we can to help Taiwan acquire this membership. As the 21st largest economy in the world and the 10th largest goods trading partner of the United States, Taiwan is clearly deserving of admission to the IMF. As many of you know, in last Congress, we passed this measure in the House. I trust that it can be done again, and I trust that it will be done soon. And I would have all to know that while I am partnering and working with Ms. Kim, this was Ms. Kim's legislation, and I want her to receive all of the credit that she richly deserves, and I'm pleased to be associated with this endeavor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Caston of Illinois, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support this legislation and encourage all our Democratic colleagues to vote in support as well, but just want to take a moment to highlight the disconnect on foreign policy between the bipartisan members of this committee and the White House. This bill clearly aligns with long-term U.S. interests in defending Taiwan and has the potential to strengthen U.S.-Taiwanese relations. More broadly, this bill supports Taiwan's goals to better integrate into multilateral economic and diplomatic frameworks. But we cannot avoid the fact that the Trump administration is actively undermining Taiwan's security as we speak. When he took office, Trump issued a 90-day freeze on $2 billion in foreign aid, which impacted millions of dollars in security assistance programs for Taiwan. That was authorized by Congress. I would note that this morning the Supreme Court rejected the Trump administration's efforts to overturn Congress in a 5-4 vote. Just last week, President Trump refused to assert U.S. support for Taiwan, declining to answer a question about whether it was his policy that China would never take Taiwan by force while he is president. Those words matter, and those are the words out of the White House. Furthermore, Trump's awful press conference with President Zelensky have sent a signal to the world that if you are strong, you can invade your neighbors and take land by force, and the United States, who has defended the post-World War II order for 80 years, will side with the strong over the legal. That is music to Taiwan's ears. Then there's Elon Musk, who President Trump confirmed last night is in fact the head of the so-called Department of Government Efficiency. And in 2022, Mr. Musk said that Taiwan should be deemed a Hong Kong-style special administrative zone of China. China's ambassador thanked him for his comments. In 2023, Mr. Musk said that there is a, quote, certain inevitability about China's goal of annexing Taiwan and that Taiwan is, quote, an integral part of China. 2024, Vladimir Putin reportedly asked Mr. Musk not to activate the Starlink internet over Taiwan as a favor to China. SpaceX later told its Taiwanese suppliers to transfer manufacturing off the island. Aside from Mr. Musk's ties to many of the United States' historic adversaries, at least as of 45 days ago, his allies are making abrupt changes to U.S. government computer systems, which could make our security systems more vulnerable to cyber attacks. And of course, Defense Secretary Hegseth is saying we are not going to pursue aggressive cyber operations against Russia. Know your enemy, folks. In December, Chinese hackers breached the Treasury Department's Committee on Foreign Investment of the United States, CFIUS, and the Office of Foreign Assets Control, and accessed unclassified documents, lest there be any concern about who would like to hack into the Treasury payment system, in addition to the handful of unvetted, unsecured, in many cases unidentified employees of Elon Musk who are now infiltrating our federal systems. None of that changes the fact that this legislation is very good policy. None of that changes the fact that I intend to wholeheartedly support this legislation. But if we agree that it is in the United States policy to stand up to the CCP, if we agree that we should oppose all efforts by the CCP to impose their foreign policy on the United States or our allies, including Taiwan, then it behooves us all, especially my Republican colleagues, to stand up to the White House and express their support for Taiwan in the face of Chinese aggression, even if it makes Donald Trump and Elon Musk send angry tweets. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, seeks recognition. Chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes of comments on H.R. 910 in the nature of a substitute, the Taiwan Non-Discrimination Act offered by Mrs. Kim of California with good support from our friend from Texas, Mr. Green. I stand in strong support of this bipartisan bill. And let me remind all of our friends listening that the Taiwan Relations Act, signed in 1979, that is quite clear as to what the policy of the United States is in regard to Taiwan. We will provide Taiwan political assistance. We'll provide Taiwan military assistance. We will support Taiwan's economy that Mrs. Kim spoke about so eloquently, that it's gone from a non-democracy, non-market economy as late as the early 1980s into one of the most vibrant democratic countries in Southeast Asia, and the fifth largest reserves. Think about that for a minute, considering the size of the population on the island of Taiwan. And in that 1979 Taiwan Relations Act, China was told, you will not coerce Taiwan. You will not use military action against Taiwan to unite Taiwan in any way with the mainland. That can be done by democratic means. It can be done by mutual agreement. It can be done by treaty, but it can't be done by coercion or by military force. And so members of this committee and the House Foreign Affairs Committee as well have collectively in a bipartisan way offered a bill after bill to reinforce that effort. And Mrs. Kim certainly does that today, as it's long overdue for Taiwan to have the recognition and representation that it deserves in an International Monetary Fund. Taiwan's economy, as I said, is driven by high-tech industries, and it's a dynamic export sector, and it's essential to both China's success in the future as well as South Korea, the United States, Japan, and the whole region. And our goal in federal policy and international defense policy is to help Taiwan be a porcupine, and to remind our friends in mainland China that only by diplomacy, by mutual agreement, can they become truly one China in the future. Yet Taiwan, by China, by the communists in Beijing, is held to a second-class standard through pressure at the IMF. We believe that IMF needs a member like Taiwan that leadership and innovation, pro-growth policies, that voice is desperately needed at the International Monetary Fund. Let me just say that following the House passage of Mrs. Kim's bill last Congress, Taiwan announced that it would seek IMF membership, and I think this is a direct result of the gentlewoman from California's articulate advocacy, both as a leader in the Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Asia, as well as her work on this committee. I urge all members to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time. Does anybody seek recognition for an amendment to the ANS we have before us? Without objection to the reading of the amendment, let's see, no amendments. There being no further discussion or amendments to the bill, the question now occurs on ordering the bill to be reported favorably to the House. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the ayes have it. Bill is, gentlewoman from California.
Thank you, Chairman, and members of this committee for supporting this bill very strongly, and I would like to request a recorded vote.
The recorded order has been requested for, this bill is so ordered, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Staff are authorized to make technical and conforming changes, and members will have 2 days to file views on the reported measure. The recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote shall raise their hands and be counted. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is so ordered and pursuant to a recorded votes ordered pursuant to Section C5 of Rule 3 Committee Rules. Further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. Now, pursuant to notice, I call up, we're doing. Now, pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 1716. The clerk will report the amendment in the nature of a substitute which was distributed in advance.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1716 offered by Mrs. McLean of Michigan.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any time. The chair recognizes myself for representing Congresswoman McLean on her good bill. Taiwan Conflict Deterrence Act. I move to strike the last word. Want to thank the gentlewoman from Michigan for offering this bill, and my colleague from Mr. Sherman from California for serving as an original co-sponsor of this important legislation. As one of the key regional partners in Indo-Pacific, the U.S. must not abandon Taiwan or its people in the face of the threat posed by the PRC in Beijing. China continues to encroach in and around the Strait of Taiwan and the surrounding areas while maintaining an increasingly aggressive military display toward the island. Just last week, Taiwan dispatched naval, land, and air forces after China launched a live-fire exercise zone just 40 miles off the coast of Taiwan. This is only the latest example in a series that illustrates China's persistent and provocative aggression in the region. Since the Taiwan Relations Act of 1979, the U.S. has maintained the posture that we are against coercive action taken to change the status on Taiwan. This includes China's threatening stance on invading Taiwan, so that the U.S. must prevent Chinese leaders from acting recklessly in that kind of an approach. A component of the Taiwan Relations Act is that the President must notify Congress when China makes an attempt to threaten Taiwan's security. Once this notification is made by the President, this bill would require the Secretary of Treasury to disclose the estimated illicit funds of China's top officials in Beijing, whether the funds are held in the United States or abroad. The purpose of the disclosure is to reveal to the Chinese people the extent of the benefits their leaders are reaping from ill-gotten gains. This disclosure would be translated into Chinese for maximum comprehension and accountability. Additionally, U.S. financial institutions would be prohibited from engaging with these Chinese officials, as well as any immediate family members who benefit or rely on their assets, effectively blacklisting them from access to the U.S. financial position. This legislation will make clear to Chinese officials that if they persist in threatening Taiwan with aggression, they risk destabilizing their own regime while directly also impacting the lives of their family. Congress must safeguard our national security and impose consequences for China's negligence of their obligations and commitments regarding Taiwan. Again, I want to thank Mrs. McClain for her work in sponsoring this legislation and for Mr. Sherman of California for his collaboration and support as well. I urge all my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time. Who seeks recognition? The gentleman from California, you're recognized to strike the last word for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to thank Ms. McClain and Mr. Sherman for this important legislation. I certainly support both the intent and the outcome of this bill. But if we want to send a message to China, the best way we can do that is by demonstrating our resolve to be the leader of the free world that we have been or had been for almost the entirety of my lifetime until recent weeks. And we are seeing in recent weeks, increasingly, the abdication of this role as the leader of the free world by this president and this administration, which is unwilling to stand up to dictators like Putin and willing to capitulate at any opportunity. China has seen a much clearer message than this legislation will ever send. And the message that China is saying is that we are no longer willing to be the leaders of the free world under this president. We need to seriously reconsider this course that this president has set us upon. This is certainly about Ukraine, but it's about much, much more than Ukraine. And I know I'm not the only person who believes this. We can talk to any of our longstanding allies in Europe, in North America, and Asia who feel similarly betrayed by the actions of this president. I support this legislation, but I support more strongly a true determination of this country that we are going to lead the free world and defend Taiwan and others who are critically at risk in this perilous world we face. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
The gentleman from California yields back. The gentleman from New York is recognized to strike the last word for 5 minutes.
Move to strike the last word. Let's be clear. The foreign policy of Joe Biden created an absolute disaster around the world, starting with the disastrous withdrawal in Afghanistan that resulted in the death of 13 U.S. service members, which, thanks to President Trump, their killer is now in U.S. custody. The Russian invasion of Ukraine occurred under Joe Biden's watch, and Joe Biden failed miserably to get Ukraine the weapons they needed early on and put restrictions on their ability to use those weapons to proactively prosecute the war and defend themselves. And then you had the terrorist attack on Israel by Hamas, funded by Iran. 93% of their budget comes from Iran. You know where they got the money? The illicit oil trade between China and Iran that exploded to the tune of $200 billion under Joe Biden's watch. So if you want to be serious about foreign policy, then wake the hell up. The bottom line is, Joe Biden created a calamity around the globe. Joe Biden did. I didn't hear you say one word about that. We are dealing with the most precarious place since World War II. The world is a tinderbox. And yes, Vladimir Putin is a vile dictator and thug. And yes, we support Ukraine. And yes, we support NATO. But you know what? When the Europeans are purchasing Russian gas and funding the very invasion they are trying to defend against, it is the height of stupidity. So let's actually have a rational, honest discussion about what's happening in the world. And if our European allies want to wake up to the fact that engaging Russia and purchasing gas from Russia is problematic, then Ukraine would be in a much stronger position today. When you have China threatening Taiwan, circling around the island, threatening to block the Strait of Taiwan, where 60% of international trade flows. Over 90% of the world's advanced semiconductors are manufactured on the island of Taiwan. Yes, there are significant threats. But it was Joe Biden who bowed down at the altar to President Xi. It was Joe Biden who lifted sanctions against Iran, who wanted to renegotiate the Iran nuclear deal, which is the single stupidest deal that was ever signed. So yes, we need to have a strong foreign policy in which America reasserts its role as leader of the free world. But it wasn't under Joe Biden's watch that that was happening. So let's be honest about it. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Caston of Illinois, recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you. I want to support the bill offered by Representatives McLean and Sherman, H.R. 1716. In the event of a China-led threat, this bill would require the Treasury to raise awareness of hidden and corruptly gained funds controlled by Chinese party officials. I also want to commend the gentleman from New York for his sound and fury and just point out that it signifies nothing. Your courage in attacking the former president has nothing to do with what's going on in the present moment. Let me remind you that while we sit here talking about building up our longstanding alliance with Taiwan, Donald Trump is tearing down America's promise to defend it from Chinese aggression. Donald Trump is telling the rest of the world that if you invade a country by force, as with Ukraine, you can have it. Donald Trump is reminding the rest of the world that he asked Ukraine to interfere in a United States election or he would withhold military aid. He was ultimately impeached for that, in part because he was violating Congress's power of the purse, which he now does on a daily basis, and draws no sound and fury from the other side of the aisle. Taiwan is now subject to daily military intrusions by China, yet the president cannot manage to utter a single pledge of support. I'll note, too, that the only way that we would actually find the hidden corrupt funds highlighted by this bill is by having a robust anti-money laundering and anti-corruption regime, and yet, with the support of many of the Republicans on this committee, President Trump and Elon Musk are dismantling those laws and regulations. They're even bragging about gutting the Corporate Transparency Act, one of the several criminal-friendly moves that will attract fentanyl traffickers, terrorists, and corrupt Chinese officials' illicit financial activity in the United States economy. They are pushing crypto-friendly rules that would make it essentially impossible to determine the source of funds that are being used to be transferred. I want to point out, 100% of the ransomware attacks in the United States are funded by crypto. And yet my colleagues would make it easier to use crypto, reduce the oversight, make it easier to traffic money. So I appreciate the sound and fury. I support this bill. But I would urge my Republican colleagues to do more than yell on this committee for the cameras. Do more than pass nice bills. Speak up for democracy. Speak up for Ukraine. Speak up for Taiwan. Stand up for fighting financial crime, even if, no, especially if, those crimes are supported, enabled, or committed by the President of the United States. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, Chairman of the National Security Subcommittee, recognized to strike the last word 4 or 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman. I thank our colleague, Lisa McLean, for introducing this bill and highlighting the challenge with Taiwan conflict deterrence. And certainly want to associate myself with Mr. Lawler's remarks, though frankly, they're more fitting for the Foreign Affairs Committee that we serve on than here. I think we're here today to talk about this bill. And the merits of this bill are very clear. And I think when we hear Mr. Caston throw out all sorts of things, we get it. He wants a surveillance state. And that, just like so many other things, we want to defend our country and our values that are protected by our Constitution. And the idea that we can somehow deter China by being more like China is one of the biggest fallacies going. That we want a surveillance state and that's the only way to keep us safe. That's not the system of government we have, thank God. So let's do it in accordance with our Constitution. All kinds of fallacies. Well, the only way we could deter illicit finance is if the government grants permission to people to access the financial system. The reality is, in the state of nature, two individuals have the inherent right to transact between one another. The government doesn't grant that right, and the government is only supposed to be able to infringe your rights with cause and with due process. And that shouldn't be a collective dragnet. Such warrants are prohibited by our Fourth Amendment. And we can do both. We can protect the privacy of our citizens and make sure that they live in a free and democratic country, not in an authoritarian police state under some other guise. This is a good bill, and it can work. We have tools like OFAC that are designed to target foreign nationals, like the people in China that it's supposed to target. So I hope that we'll support this good bill and resolve our other differences outside of a hearing where we're supposed to be laser focused on marking up these bills. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Chairman, I'll recognize myself for 5 minutes. Let me join Mr. Davidson in complimenting our conference chair for this good bill. It's a bill that I've worked on in previous Congresses. I appreciate Mr. Sherman and Ms. McClain working on it together. This is the kind of deterrence bill using economic statecraft that we can produce out of this committee to complement the Foreign Affairs Committee and the executive branch's strategy to assure Taiwan that we remain a steadfast friend, both diplomatically, militarily, and economically. I think that's been made clear by this Congress, and it's been made clear by President Trump all along the way. Look at the record of President Trump's first term in this regard. It was President Trump's efforts to warn the whole free world about the dangers of the surveillance state in China by encouraging our allies to not use telecommunications technology from Huawei. We told our friends and allies around the world, when it comes to telecom infrastructure in your country, and cyber protection in your country, and blocking a surveillance state in your country, we told them there's a right way to do it and a wild way to do it. And President Trump was outspoken in that regard, and we saw change across the world, warning them from state mercantilism by the People's Republic of China. Likewise, as it comes to countering China militarily, President Trump was very good in his first term on arming Taiwan and also building allies, integrating military exercises with South Korea, the largest Western military in Asia, encouraging Japan to take on more of their own defense, negotiating with Japan and the Philippines on returning American naval and air assets to the Philippines. All that was led by President Trump to counter a more aggressive Chinese position. And finally, on trade, his former USTR, U.S. Trade Representative Bob Lighthouser, told Congress that China presented an existential threat to the American way of life, and that certainly caused President Trump's posture on trade to put pressure on the economy in China. So look, in my judgment, President Trump stands fast with our friends in North Asia, and that's why this bill is so important. And I thank the gentlewoman from Michigan for her initiative in offering it, and Mr. Sherman of California, a staunch advocate for countering China on the Democratic side of the aisle, for offering it. and I encourage all members to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time. There being no further debate on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, we'll move to consideration of amendments. Does anyone seek recognition? There being no further discussion or amendments to the bill, the question now occurs on ordering the bill to be favorably reported to the House. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the ayes have it. On behalf of the gentleman from Michigan, I do request a recorded vote. A recorded vote's been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise your hand in sufficient number. Recorded vote, all those in favor, let's see, a sufficient number having raised their hands, recorded vote is so ordered pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of committee rules. Further proceedings of the amendment are postponed. We'll now consider moving into consideration of H.R. 1713, offered by the gentleman from Oklahoma, and the clerk will report the bill in the nature of a substitute.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1713 offered by Mr. Lucas of Oklahoma.
Without objection, the bill will be considered read and open to amendment. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to call up 1713 and be recognized for 5 minutes.
The gentleman's recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm excited to call up this bipartisan piece of legislation today. H.R. 1713, the Agricultural Security Risk Review Act, would amend the National Defense Act to add the Secretary of Agriculture as a permanent member of the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, or CFIUS, for any transactions related to the purchase of agricultural land, biotechnology, or any other transaction related to the agricultural industry. In addition, in this Congress, my bill also includes Safeguarding American Farms from Foreign Influence Act, authored last Congress by the former Financial Services Chairman for the Subcommittee on National Security, Mr. Luetkemeyer. That section of the bill requires its CFIUS to consider referrals for reportable agricultural land transactions from the USDA. Both of these bills passed unanimously out of this committee last Congress, and I hope we'll enjoy that same support today. Now, I must note, Mr. Chairman, as a fifth-generation farmer and rancher, I know firsthand that food security is national security, and that's why I've long advocated for giving the Secretary of Ag a voice in national security discussions. I'm proud to work to make this bill permanent now, and I appreciate the support of my colleagues, and I yield back the balance of my time, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? Mr. Caston of Illinois is recognized to strike the last word for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I support the bill offered by my friend Mr. Lucas, H.R. 1713. This bill includes the Secretary of Agriculture as a member of the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, or CFIUS, to review foreign investments in U.S. agribusiness technology and farmland for potential national security concerns. It also provides the support of the intelligence community to help the Agriculture Secretary to determine which agricultural land transactions may be of interest to CFIUS. I think certainly on a very bipartisan basis, ensuring that CFIUS has the appropriate expertise regarding U.S. agricultural holdings is important to protecting our national security, especially from the malign influence of China. But I would note that you can't fight crime by defunding the police, even if you pass laws to make more things illegal. You also can't ensure the safety of our food supply by firing people at the USDA who are tasked with ensuring the safety of our food supply. And yet that's exactly what President Trump is doing as he decimates the federal workforce, including at USDA, where the Doge Group claims to have cut millions of dollars of USDA activities, inexplicably including the scientists and inspectors who are working to prevent the further spread of bird flu and foodborne disease. Donald Trump has withdrawn the United States from the World Health Organization and illegally ended almost all of U.S.'s foreign aid programs, like USAID, which expand U.S. soft power overseas and provide a market for U.S. farmers to sell their products overseas. That's cutting aid to farmers. It's also cutting food to people in places like Somalia. Children are now dying around the world because of Donald Trump and Elon Musk. So who's stepping into that void? Who benefits if the United States is not extending our soft power in the world? Who benefits if the United States is not the world's cop? I think we all know the answer to that question. It's China and Russia. They can fight it out between themselves. But if I was running the Belt and Road Initiative, I would be a huge fan of Donald Trump. I would be a huge fan of Elon Musk. And I would be a huge fan of the fact that the Republicans in Congress are unwilling to stand up to any of them. So I support this bill. It's a sensible improvement on CFIUS. But I really want it to be bipartisan again to make sure that we defend our nation's farmers and that we defend the idea of American democracy. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes to strike the last word. I want to thank my good friend, Mr. Lucas, the chair of our Task Force on Monetary Policy, the former chairman of the House Agriculture Committee, former chair of our Science Committee. There's no better person in the House to offer this amendment. It recognizes something that he's seen for many, many years, that it was important for the Ag Department, the cabinet agency, to be represented on the Committee for Foreign Investment in the United States, CFIUS. In this case, the Agriculture Secretary would have that official role in reviewing transactions for national security purposes in the agricultural sector. And again, let's credit President Trump in his first term when CFIUS began reviewing land purchases near sensitive government sites in 2018. These cases often implicate the Department of Agriculture and would benefit from the department's expertise. So I appreciate Mr. Lucas for raising this issue. He was one of the first members of Congress to point out this need at CFIUS. I applaud his foresight and hard work to advance this good idea now in the 119th Congress. I encourage all my colleagues to support it. I look forward to voting for it today, and I yield back the balance of my time. Is there any other discussion or amendment on this measure? Mrs. Beatty from Ohio, recognized to strike the last word for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentlewoman has an amendment addressed. We'll wait for it and pause while it is distributed. Is she on the road? There being no further debate on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, we'll move to consideration of amendments. Mrs. Beatty has an amendment. It's being passed out. Just a moment, and we will call on the gentlewoman to discuss her amendment once we have it distributed.
Mr. Chairman, could I reserve a point of order on this amendment?
The gentleman from Ohio reserves a point of order. The amendment's been distributed. I now yield to my friend from Ohio, Mrs. Beatty, for 5 minutes to strike the last word on her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the good work that Representative Lucas has done with this bill. As you are aware, it started out as two bills in the last Congress. Both passed this committee unanimously. After much discussion with Treasury and members of both congressional bodies, these bills were combined into a law that passed almost exactly 1 year ago within the appropriations law. The bill today, which duplicates that law to ensure that it lives beyond the appropriations text, is an important one. It will help the Committee on Foreign Investments in the United States, CFIUS, to identify possible transactions of concern related to agricultural land and technologies. Necessary to this process is the ability of CFIUS to see true ownership and control beyond the parties to the covered transactions. The Corporate Transparency Act passed with strong bipartisan support, including the support of Trump White House, was designed to help CFIUS and other national security and law enforcement agencies to do exactly that, Mr. Chairman. Whether it's fentanyl trafficking or understanding potentially maligned foreign investments, we need to know the true parties behind the corporations involved. So it is curious that the Trump and committee Republicans are now planning to gut the Corporate Transparency Act, preventing agencies like CFIUS from doing their jobs. My amendment simply says that Representative Lucas's bill will not take effect until the Corporate Transparency Act is executed, as written in the statute and as intended by the Congress. Seems very simple to me. And I will also note, as the legislative record of this committee will reflect, as intended by the members of this very committee. While I agree that the rollout of these laws was insufficient in the terms of notice to many of the businesses, including small businesses that must comply with the law, we cannot throw out the baby and the bathwater. We must provide the necessary tools necessary to protect our national security, which is so important to us. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Is there additional recognition being sought? Mr. Davidson of Ohio for strike the last word for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I earlier raised a parliamentary point of order. I do think, as I work with committee staff over how to raise that objection, this isn't really germane to Mr. Lucas's bill. Mr. Lucas' bill deals with adding agriculture to CFIUS, and CFIUS itself predates the Corporate Transparency Act. They maybe have people like Ms. Beatty that subsequently thinks, boy, you know, we could come up with a different way to find more information out about more people and more companies and more things. But that's a separate matter, and that's not the bill before us by Mr. Lucas. So I don't think her amendment is even germane, but I also think it's a bad idea. So the idea that's only enforceable if this action taken under the Biden administration is upheld the way the Biden administration constructed it is fallacious. And the administration clearly has the authority to withdraw the previous rule and to reconsider it in light of the overwhelming feedback in the market to say the way that the previous administration went about this was particularly bad, and we get questions about whether it should be done at all. Frankly, the administration raised concerns like maybe this isn't even constitutional for American firms, and they're not alone. Court after court has said, you can't do this. You proceed with the assumption that every business in America has generated probable cause that they're involved in illicit finance because they're a business. So you collect all this information and make it searchable without a warrant or a subpoena. That's not what our Constitution says. And for that reason, multiple courts have said this is an unconstitutional bill. So for our colleague to try to associate this to Mr. Lucas's bill is problematic on two fronts. One, it's not germane to his bill. And two, it really is incoherent to delay the addition of Mr. Lucas's point of the Secretary of Agriculture to CFIUS to a bill that, frankly, the courts are consistently saying is unconstitutional, and our own body has been very divided on because it is unconstitutional, in my opinion. So there are other ways to do this, and that should be worked on with different legislation. It should not interfere with the implementation of Mr. Lucas's very good bill. And that's the point I'd wish to raise there. And with that, I'd yield the balance of my time to the chairman.
I thank the gentleman from Ohio, and I thank again Mr. Lucas, and while I appreciate the gentlewoman from Ohio's views about the importance of proper disclosures for beneficial ownership. In my judgment, having just heard several members on the minority side of the aisle tell us that we should be united in our countering China, not be distracted by countering China, make sure this administration supports the bipartisan efforts in Congress to counter China. I'm like my friend from Mr. Davidson from Ohio about we don't want to do anything that would delay Mr. Lucas's good bill, which we've just outlined, since 2018 has identified concerns about Chinese entities, some disguised, some not disguised, in acquiring land near sensitive intelligence or military operations. 2021. CFIUS has always examines beneficial ownership of foreign investors, including through the intelligence community, as a part of their due diligence. The Corporate Transparency Act has nothing to do with that process. And this amendment, as I say, will only delay the effectiveness date of this important national security legislation regarding China. Therefore, I think we should reject the Beatty amendment. And let me ask the gentleman from Oklahoma if he'd like to make some concluding comments in support of his bill or comment on the Beatty amendment.
And I want to thank my colleagues for yielding to me. The bill amends the Defense Production Act, not the Corporate Transparency Act. I think that's two entirely different issues. The core bill is bipartisan in nature. I'd like to keep it that way in moving forward. But I would also acknowledge to my colleagues, I've worked for the better part of a decade on this issue. When foreign entities come in and buy food processors or they buy food production facilities, they are taking control of a critical part of our economy, our ability to sustain ourselves, therefore national security issues. I couldn't get any traction until it became obvious a few years ago that foreign enterprises were buying farmland next to U.S. military bases. And all of a sudden, we woke up. It took that kind of a shocking development to cut back to the core issue. CFIUS is about protecting things of great national security. Feeding ourselves is an issue of great national security. I appreciate the appropriators incorporating this last year. It needed to be done and done in a hurry. But this needs to be permanent law. I respect my colleague dearly. I think the world of her. But I ask that we reject this amendment.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask for a parliamentary inquiry?
Gentleman's recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Okay. I don't want to have a big debate, but neither one of these gentlemen, to my knowledge, is also a lawyer. And so when I look at the regulations that are issued under Section 5336 of Title 31 of the United States Code, I think that they are mistaken about the law. And what we agree in is that we support national security. And so we have to be able to first understand who the bad actors are. And when you look at the law and when it was established and what he's trying to amend, I need more clarity because I hear what we're saying, and I'm hoping we're on the
What's your parliamentary inquiry, Mrs.
that I would like to have a legal opinion on the difference that I have and my colleague from Mr.
Would the gentlewoman withdraw her amendment and to seek that legal opinion? And we can talk about it at another time?
Before we,
Or we can do it as before we go to the floor. We could discuss it.
I believe, isn't there just
or
a question
before
of
we
the-
vote on
I'm
it.
trying to answer a parliamentary inquiry. So far, I really haven't heard a parliamentary inquiry. I've heard, but I'm genuinely asking if that would be, if we got that opinion for you before this bill goes to the floor, would that be beneficial to
You
the
mean
gentlewoman?
before we vote on it today?
No, not before we vote on it today. We're not going to, how are we going to get that timely? I don't think this is a parliamentary inquiry, but I want to be helpful to you. So if you'd like that kind of legal assessment before this bill goes to the floor, I'm happy to work with the gentlewoman from Ohio on that.
Yes, thank you.
The gentlewoman, is the gentlewoman withdrawing her amendment?
Yes.
I thank the gentleman from Ohio. I thank for the robust debate. I ask Mr. Lucas to work with Mrs. Beatty on this important question that she raises. There being no further discussion or amendments on the bill, the question now occurs on ordering the bill favorably reported to the House. All those in favor shall be signified by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying nay. In the opinion chair, the ayes have it. To appear to have it, the ayes do have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays, recorded vote.
A recorded
Ask for a
vote
recorded
has
vote.
been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. Sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is so ordered, and pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, further proceedings on this amendment are postponed. Now move to consideration of H.R. 1602. No, but that's not. Now pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 1602. The clerk will report the bill which was attributed in advance.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1602 offered by Mr. Davidson of Ohio.
Mr. Davidson, you're recognized for, strike the last word, in support of your amendment for 5 minutes.
I think, thank you, Chairman. I thank Ranking Member Waters, all the colleagues on the committee, and today I'm proud to bring forward the Financial Privacy Act of 2025 as amended by this amendment in the nature of substitute. It's a bill about protecting Americans from overreaching government and restoring the fundamental right to privacy protected by our Fourth Amendment. So let's start with a problem. Under the Bank Secrecy Act, the Treasury Department, through FinCEN, is collecting mountains of data on everyday Americans. Over 322 million currency transaction reports, 36 million suspicious activity reports, and to some level, though incomplete, beneficial ownership information on 33 million companies in the first partial year of implementation alone. It's expected there would be 5 million more added annually. So that's not targeted enforcement, that's mass surveillance. Most of this data has no clear tie to any crime. It's just sensitive details about private citizens' lives, private companies' lives, and it's swept up in a dragnet that assumes some form of guilt in contradiction of our Constitution. In fact, in 2023, more than 14,000 government employees made more than 3 million warrantless searches of this data. The Treasury says this is about stopping illicit finance, and I'm all for catching the bad guys. But when FinCEN itself admits the information is highly sensitive and needs protection from unauthorized disclosure, you've got to ask, why are we collecting so much information in the first place? In particular, personally identifiable information. Why are we storing it in the way we are? How is this data being accessed? By whom? And under what safeguards? So why are we risking the privacy of law-abiding American citizens for a system that really is about more control than justice? Frankly, CTRs, less than 3% of them are used now. So it's a massive burden on our economy to collect the information, and it's important to use this bill. This is where it comes in. The Financial Privacy Act demands transparency and accountability from Treasury. It requires the Secretary to report to Congress every year on how much data FinCEN is collecting, who is accessing it and why, how is it being affected, so that we might take that information and provide better legislation to further reinforce or refine the policies that are being implemented. Because it is important that we stop illicit finance, but it is also important that we safeguard the rights that our Constitution was built to safeguard. It forces us to look hard at protocols letting law enforcement and intelligence agencies dip into this pile of personal data, protocols that right now are very vague and often too loose. It mandates annual reviews to make sure the data serves a real purpose, national security, law enforcement, intelligence, and not excessive government. Most importantly, it protects the rights of our Americans, citizens, the people we represent. It's not a radical proposal, it's common sense, and if the government's going to invade your financial life, it better have a darn good reason in accordance with the Fourth Amendment, and it better prove that it's keeping that information safe. Right now, this is falling short on all counts. So I encourage our colleagues to consider this legislation. I would respectfully ask for your vote, and let's get the information, let's collect the reports, and then maybe we can move together in a different direction
Would the
to
gentleman-
further refine it.
Would the gentleman yield?
I would yield to the chairman.
Mr. Davidson, I want to thank you for your bill. I just want to make a note of why I think this is so important to gather this information so that we're clear on it. Financial institution after financial institution has told me that our primary regulators have gone into the banks for their regular exam purposes, for a compliance exam, and they're frequently using peer comparisons to determine how many SARs, suspicious activity reports, are supposed to be filed. In other words, they come into the bank and they say, we noted that you only filed 10 SARs last year. And the banker says, that's right. And they said, well, your peer group files 30. So we think you're not doing a good enough job. And I just want to really emphasize as a part of this bill that collecting this information, I think, will make sure that we have not only the right data, but the right supervision of that data. I thank the gentleman for yielding. The gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Himes, is recognized to strike the last word.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, for introducing this bill. This Congress, it's been a pleasure working with him over the years on this stuff. I do, before I get into the substance of the bill, while I do appreciate Mr. Davidson, we're doing too much exciting the American public by getting a little bit off of the truth of the matter. I'm the ranking member of the Intelligence Committee, so mass surveillance has a very specific meaning, and this data is absolutely not being used for mass surveillance. There's no evidence that it's being used to control anybody or to invade anybody's financial life. I think it's about time we started getting serious about dealing with the real challenges. Now, Mr. Davidson is right, and I agree with him that FinCEN has not been as disciplined or as targeted as it should be in handling data, which, if it were to be mishandled, could lead to violations of privacy, et cetera. It's also important to remember that FinCEN plays a crucial role in tracking money laundering, terrorism financing, and other financial crimes. So we've got to get this right. The Bank Secrecy Act requires the collection of millions of currency transaction reports, of suspicious activity reports, et cetera. And this data is regularly made available to agencies, including the IC, counterterrorism agencies, financial regulators, local and state law enforcement. It's going out to a lot of places. So an intense focus on this, which is the idea behind the bill, is important. And this would require FinCEN to report annually to Congress on the number and types of reports and how they are retained and used. It would also require the Secretary of the Treasury to annually review the guidance governing outside agency access to the data and revise that guidance as necessary. This is an area in which I think, and I think Mr. Davidson thinks, we have not spent enough time and energy and is not getting the focus that it requires. Congress would have access to copies of the Memoranda of Understanding between FinCEN and the many outside agencies, which include local police departments and others, so that we can help revise that guidance as necessary. This, of course, would allow us to tailor and to be smarter about the immense amount of data which is collected under BSA. The more we know about how the BSA data is collected, used, and shared, the more effective we can be as overseers at tracking the illicit activity and doing so in a way that does not risk violating the privacy rights of Americans. So I'm proud to co-sponsor this bipartisan bill, and I urge my colleagues to support it. Again, I'd like to thank the chair and ranking member and Mr. Davidson for considering this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Connecticut yields back who seeks recognition. Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Loudermilk, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank my friend and colleague, Mr. Davidson, for introducing this bill, and I agree with it on premise. We need more transparency from FinCEN regarding how they use Bank Secrecy Act data. That said, we shouldn't let FinCEN use this bill as just another excuse to delay our work on the Bank Secrecy Act modernization. As the former National Security Subcommittee Chairman Blaine Lukemeyer and I found out last Congress, FinCEN has a bad track record when it comes to delivering statutory reports on time. Where are the sections 6204 and 625 of the Anti-Money Laundering Act? These reports were due to Congress within a year of enactment back in 2020, and it's now 2025. And we still haven't seen these reports, which would provide us with critical information for our efforts to modernize BSA reporting thresholds. FinCEN hasn't provided sufficient justification for the delay in these reports, and to my knowledge, hasn't formally requested or been granted an extension of that statutory deadline. In the meantime, what has FinCEN done? For one, they've increased their civil monetary penalties in accordance with statute. As I pointed out to then Director Gackey last Congress, it seems like FinCEN is only interested in complying with congressional deadlines when it brings money in. Before they start on new reporting requirements, they should give us what they already owe us. If they need more time or funding to complete these reports, they should let us know instead of obstructing our business by failing to comply with a bipartisan law that members of this committee supported on a bipartisan basis. Finally, we have a wealth of ideas to protect American financial data and improve FinCEN operations. Just this week, I introduced a bill that would raise the longstanding CTR threshold from $10,000 to $30,000, decreasing the number of low-value reports the agency receives. Or we could simply filling requirements for SARS to improve the feedback loop from FinCEN to the reporting institution and streamline communication between the agency and bank regulators at the state and federal level. There is plenty of room for improvement at FinCEN, so while I support this bill and encourage my colleagues to please vote yes, I hope that we don't wait for FinCEN to deliver another late report before making changes that we already know are needed. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Georgia yields back. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak in support of the bill offered by Representative Davidson and Representative Himes, H.R. 1602. This bill would bolster congressional oversight by requiring the Treasury Secretary to provide a report to our committee and the Senate with information related to FinCEN's protocols governing access to the Bank Secrecy Act data. I also want to just note that sometimes you can tell how good legislation is by who's working on it. Mr. Davidson comes from a long libertarian tradition, has been a very active and consistent voice in defense of the Fourth Amendment, protections against illegal search and seizure, making sure that we protect against a surveillance state. It's also not lost on any of us that keeping Americans safe requires that the good guys know what the bad guys are doing. And it's important and significant to me that we have our ranking member of the Intelligence Committee who has thought through those issues and worked something that works together. So based solely on the bill's sponsors, I encourage support. I do want to note, though, that there is something very odd about the fact that we are not talking, if we are concerned about surveillance states, if we're concerned about not talking about search and seizure, illegal search and seizure, that we're not talking about also protecting the privacy of Americans' financial records that Elon Musk and his Doge minions have gained access to. They are inside our systems right now. These are not government employees, they're special government employees. These are not people who have been vetted, and yet they are inside records, health and health-related records at the Center of Medicare and Medicaid Services, personal banking records, and other financial data at the CFPB, student loan information at the Department of Education, Social Security numbers, and other personally identifiable data at the Social Security Administration, tax records at the Internal Revenue Service, and of course, as all of us know, because all of our constituents are flooding our town hall request with this, hacks into the Treasury payment system that controls almost $6 trillion in payments a year. In the name of our intelligence apparatus, in the name of protecting Americans' right to privacy, in the name of Ayn Rand, we should be doing more than this, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Illinois yields back. The chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes to strike last word. I want to thank the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, for working on this with my good friend Jim Himes of Connecticut. I share Mr. Caston's description of these two partners in this legislation. I really commend them, as I said a few minutes ago. This is a source of concern on the Intelligence Committee and in the Financial Services Committee about the gathering of this data, the protection of the PII, the personally identifiable information, and then who has access to it. And what Mr. Davidson and Mr. Himes are proposing is we get some background on that and put some perspective around it. Because as I've served in Congress, I've gotten more and more concerned in big data collected by the U.S. government that personally identifiable information is not encrypted and protected, and we see it all the time, whether it's at the Office of Personnel Management, at the CFPB, at the IRS itself, where they've had these big data breaches, which are a concern to Americans' privacy, no doubt. But also, as Mr. Himes and I have learned in our work on the Intelligence Committee, many of these databases have the same language about allowing about 8,000 people or so in law enforcement to observe and query these databases, without a higher legal standard, like I won't say probable cause or a warrant, but just some higher legal standard to query it. And I think this bill will help us understand that as well. The Financial Privacy Act requires Treasury review its protocols to ensure the data collection is targeted to law enforcement objectives that Congress has authorized, and it holds the Treasury accountable to ensuring the information remains confidential, i.e. protecting that personally identifiable information. So I commend both Mr. Himes and Davidson for their collaboration on this bill. I urge members on both sides of the aisle to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time. Does anyone else seek to on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Seeing, yeah, I know, but you have an amendment though. So seeing there's no further amendment debate on the nature of a substitute, we will now move to the consideration of amendments. Does anyone seek recognition for an amendment? The gentleman from Illinois is so recognized for.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Amendment is at the desk. We'll pause while that's distributed. The gentleman from Texas. Yeah, okay, hang on, just a moment. We need to report the bill first. Clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1602, offered by Mr. Caston of Illinois.
Without objection, the reading amendment is dispensed with. Mr. Williams of Texas.
Mr. Texas is just.
He is Mr. Texas. You can get a great car loan from Mr. Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I raise a point of order on the amendment.
A point of order has been reserved. The gentleman from Illinois, author of the amendment. Mr. Caston is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I noted in my remarks a moment ago, while I appreciate the privacy concerns being raised by Mr. Davidson and support the underlying bill text, I want to point out that his amendment fails to acknowledge that we have just witnessed, just weeks ago, the biggest hack of sensitive government data in our history. And it was not carried out by a hostile foreign actor, at least to the best of my knowledge. It was carried out by Elon Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency and his minions. What they did was they gained access to the Treasury's sensitive payment systems, which handles over $5 trillion of payments and includes all sorts of sensitive personal and business data about Americans, includes data about payments we make to people who are embedded within our adversaries overseas and providing us with critical intelligence information. This information was initially blocked by the Department of Treasury, and Secretary Bessent fired that individual rather than addressing his concerns, leaving us in a situation where we do not know who had access to that data, whether they had read or write privileges, whether those people had been appropriately vetted, whether that information was taken on secure devices or insecure devices that might make those individuals targets of our foreign adversaries, where that data is now, who it is being shared with, and my God, if we care about the Fourth Amendment, we should be screaming from the rooftops, as some of us are. This amendment simply ensures, consistent with the spirit of the underlying bill, that we also get information about this access to the Treasury's payment systems so that we can make sure that we are promoting privacy and protecting American citizens' rights to that privacy, even when the violations are committed by Republicans. What this bill does is says that we need, and this amendment does, it says we need an identification of all the people who were given access to the Treasury payment system. We need to know whether those people were able to modify the Treasury payment system, and if so, did they? We need to know whether they copied the data. We need to know who they have shared the data with. We need to know whether those people who were given that data had previously been given the appropriate background checks, cybersecurity, screening requirements, and ultimately so that we can find out how much damage was done and how do we cauterize this wound as soon as possible. Data moves quickly. It is running around the world. We don't know where it is. This is not being hyperbolic. This is not being partisan. This is saying if we care about protecting Americans' data, if we care about protecting Americans' right to privacy, if we care about the Fourth Amendment, we have to include this amendment. I encourage my colleagues to support, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Illinois yields back. Does the gentleman insist on his point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
Gentleman withdraws it. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Muser? Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized to strike the last word to discuss Mr. Caston's amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Financial Privacy Act is a bipartisan initiative and to understand Treasury's data collection through the Bank Secrecy Act. Mr. Davidson and Mr. Himes have done important work to protect our civil liberties, and this legislation deserves unanimous support today. This amendment, on the other hand, is in fact a political stunt resulting from the minority's what seems like obsession with Elon Musk. It has no place in this debate. Although we are disappointed but not surprised that my colleague wants to politicize a bipartisan bill in this matter, I urge my colleagues to reject it. I yield back.
Mr. Muser yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition on the Caston amendment? The gentleman from California is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I speak in support of the amendment. I want to thank Mr. Caston for introducing it. I think on either side of this aisle, we should be concerned. We should be concerned about governmental overreach, particularly where individuals may have partisan motives or personal financial motives. We're talking about an individual who is contracting with the United States government to the tune, through his companies, tune of tens of billions of dollars. Musk and his Doge minions are not accountable to anybody on this committee, not to Congress, and is actively attempting in every way to undermine Article 1 mandates of our Constitution with regard to the appropriation power of this Congress. It certainly should be of concern to members on both sides of the aisle, how the personal financial data of millions of Americans, including Americans who are serving us abroad in very sensitive situations, who may be very vulnerable if this information were to leak or be provided in any way to our adversaries, intentionally or unintentionally. This amendment does nothing to sanction Musk. It does not attempt to take any political position. It merely calls to identify how this is being done and who is doing it. And that is information that should be of great interest to everyone here in this body. Thank you. I yield.
The gentleman yield? Would the gentleman yield? Thank you. I
The
appreciate
gentleman from California yields some time to the gentleman from Illinois.
I appreciate your comments, and I want to just note in response to Mr. Muser, I would note that you did not object to the substance of the legislation. You objected that it was partisan. And I would simply ask if it is partisan for Congress to do oversight, if it is partisan to say that we are going to raise concerns about hacks on personal data when they are committed by people we voted for, that is a problem with our politics. It is not a problem with the amendment. The eyes of history are on us of whether we truly care. We have different policy views. That's fine. I defend your right to have policy views that oppose mine, much as I am sure you do mine. But our ability to express those differing policy views depends on the preservation of democracy. It depends on making sure that the American people trust that all of us will ultimately, at the end of the day, defend this institution above all else, defend this Constitution above all else. And I agree with you that that defense is partisan in this moment. I wish it wasn't, but I agree. What I would ask is that we stand up to defend it in spite of it being partisan. Thank you, and I yield back to the gentleman from California.
Gentlemen, yield.
I do.
It's the gentleman from California's time, Mr. Musers.
I do not yield to the gentleman.
The gentleman from California yields back to the chair. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, is recognized to strike the last word.
I thank the chairman, and I wanted to speak on Mr. Kasten's amendment. And I'm glad to see many of our colleagues share a concern for privacy, but I want to address some of the fallacies that are in the base amendment and some of the words that have been spoken in support of the amendment, but really in conflating the purpose. The purpose of this proposal from Mr. Kasten is to surveil what employees of the federal government are doing with the federal government's data. The money that they're paying contractors. Frankly, Congress worked with the administration to create an office in Treasury to pay others. And when they pay others, we actually wanted them to surveil the payments and say, hey, if there's an improper payment that's going to be made, please turn it off. And some of the news that we've heard from DOJ is that it seems that these employees have turned off nothing. I think that would be an interesting piece of legislation. I'd love to work with Mr. Kasten on a piece of legislation saying, what exactly has this office been doing and what's valid or not valid about DOJ. And we should be clear, while we refer to it as DOJ, they are not unaccountable. They are, in fact, accountable. They're the actual employees that have access to Treasury System database are employees of the United States government. They're part of the U.S. Digital Service. They report up through the Office of Management and Budget. OMB's director, Russ Vogt, was confirmed by the United States Senate. And all of the things that they find are reported through that chain of command, and action is only taken by the Senate-confirmed Secretary of the Treasury. So I do believe there's an appropriate oversight for that, and frankly, soon the Secretary of Treasury will come and colleagues will be able to ask him, what are you doing to hold your government employees accountable for? And that's why we have hearings. But we shouldn't be confused. This isn't private citizens' data. This is what they're doing with the money that our government took from them with taxes. Who did they pay? Why did you give the Taliban millions of dollars of cash? For how long did you do this? And shouldn't somebody have turned it off? Seriously, we're not supposed to be doing that. Why did you violate repeatedly with payments in Africa the Helms Amendment that says we're not going to fund abortion with U.S. tax dollars? That's a law. But that's been happening. And these offices should do that. That's U.S. taxpayer money, but it's government employees that are spending it. This isn't private citizen data. So it's a fallacy after fallacy after fallacy behind the amendment. Now, if we actually want to look at this part of Treasury, that's certainly within the jurisdiction of our committee, but I think it's clearly a different piece of legislation. And it shouldn't be conflated with trying to hold FinCEN accountable for what do you do with all this data that you collect. They're different purposes. And this amendment really has no place being attached to the Financial Privacy Act. It really isn't dealing with private citizens' privacy. So, of course, we should be able to know what government employees are doing. You want the government to be secret and the citizens' data to be corrupted if you're opposed, to what the oversight of how we're spending our dollars. I think that's a problem. And so, but I'd love to work with Mr. Kasten on overseeing this little component of Treasury and see, has it really been effective or not? And that might be a different piece of legislation we work on. It certainly isn't this amendment, and I'd yield to the chairman.
I appreciate my friend from Ohio yielding. I just would add that I agree completely with him that this committee has oversight of the Treasury Department, and Mr. Muser of Pennsylvania is our oversight chair, and that certainly I think it's the view of the Congress that cabinet officers are responsible for all the actions in their departments, and they'll be held account for the actions taken by their department. and I would yield some time to Mr. Muser if he needs it.
Well, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, and I just want to echo certainly what you stated, as well as Mr. Davidson. There is appropriate allocation of authority here and responsibility. The Department of Government Efficiency, well, might be working too efficiently for many. However, those are directives of the elected President of the United States that they serve at the pleasure of. And the recommendations go to the secretaries of the departments that all committees have oversight over. Speak with the Secretary of Department of Transportation or Commerce or State. They make the call. As our Democrat Republic.
Mr. Davidson's time is.
I yield back.
Mr. Davidson's time has expired. I appreciate that. Who seeks recognition? Mrs. Beatty of Ohio is recognized to strike the last word.
Move to strike the last words.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and I certainly support the amendment that Mr. Caston of Illinois has offered, and I'd like to extend him some of my time if he'd like to have that time.
Thank you, Ms. Beatty.
You're welcome.
I appreciate the chance. I want to respond to what Mr. Davidson said, which was interesting. I agree with some of it. I disagree with some of it. It also has absolutely no bearing on the underlying amendment. Let's clarify. Do we believe that we should make sure that there is no waste, fraud, and abuse in the U.S. government? Absolutely. Are we therefore concerned that one of the first acts that Donald Trump did was to file the inspectors general and the whistleblowers who are directed by Congress to root out waste, fraud, and abuse, to make sure that individuals, when they see waste, fraud, and abuse happening, have someone that they can refer to? That's how you root out waste, fraud, and abuse. That is the way that Congress has directed the agencies to root out waste, fraud, and abuse. Those people were fired. Mr. Davidson said this is just about surveilling bad contractors. Well, I would point out that the Treasury payment system controls payments to everyone. We can pick on contractors you don't like, we can pick on contracts you don't like, but every single American's information is in there. I would ask my colleagues across the aisle, I suspect you give money to some charities that we as Democrats may not support. Would you like a Democratic president, unencumbered by any oversight from the Attorney General, unencumbered by any oversight from inspectors general or whistleblowers, to decide that they would like to go after you personally because you gave to a charity that opposes their political interests? Would you as an American like it if your bank routing data, if your Social Security number was now being held by someone who had never been vetted? Would you have concerns if the patriots, the public servants working inside the Treasury said, what you're doing, Secretary Bessent, this is bad. We don't want to allow you to do this. We are not going to allow these people who have not been vetted, who have not been through security clearance, who we don't know if they have conflicts of interest. They should not have access to that data. And Secretary Bessent said, I got a solution. I'm going to fire you and put someone in who will be more conducive to getting this done. Because in the face of patriotism, I'm going to pound it into the sand and just get a yes man in place. Do we care about all that? Would you care about it if it was the other way around? Because that's how you increase waste, fraud, and abuse. Should we care that Elon Musk, who, as Mr. Liccardo has pointed out, has massive contracts with the United States government? He also, as long as we defend capitalism, has competition. And yet now he can get access to who his competitors are, can potentially mess up some of their contracting pathways. Do we care about that? You're going to frame this as this silliness about, well, I think I saw something on some garbage news network about condoms to Gaza or violations of the Helmsman. That's not what this is about, my God. We have received more calls from our office on this issue than any topic since I have been elected. I know you have as well. I know that's why you all got the direction to stop doing town halls, because the American people are pissed off about this. You want to do a town hall again? You want to feel the love of the people again? Then do what they're asking you to do. Make sure we don't have conflicts of interest. Make sure that we protect against waste, fraud, and abuse. And make sure that we stand up to an executive branch. Because as I said in one of my opening remarks here a while ago, the Constitution's pretty clear. The legislative branch does the legislating. The executive branch executes those laws. And when they don't, the legislative branch does the oversight. It's nice for you to say that these people are accountable to us, but last time I checked, y'all blocked our ability to subpoena Elon Musk and ask him what the hell he was doing in that system. We on this committee have the ability to compel Secretary Bessent to say, why did you fire Mr. Lebrick? Who did you allow into that system? Did you give them read or write access because you reported it one way and you changed your tune the next day? Who has that access now? If we don't want to legislate, and if we don't want to do oversight, what the hell is the purpose of Congress? That's what this vote is about. This isn't partisan talking points. My God. I yield back. I guess just before yielding, I'd ask the chairman whether you'd be willing to hold a hearing with the DOJ team and/or Secretary Bessent on this issue.
We'll take that under consideration. The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Move to strike the last word. I respect my friend from Illinois, and I share his view that government agencies and their contractors should be accountable to the American taxpayer. I think, however, the hysteria and the speculation about conflicts of interest and violations of privacy are wild accusations without evidence. I have yet to hear any of my colleagues, my friend from Illinois or others, actually allege with specificity, with concrete facts, any actual allegation that, or any facts, any evidence that Mr. Musk or his team is actually commandeering private financial information or data from the American people and using it for commercial purposes or in any way whatsoever contrary to the public interest and the interest of taxpayers. If they have that evidence, if they have those facts, bring them to the committee. But wild speculation without evidence or facts doesn't really grab my attention. What is important is the legal authority that Mr. Musk, as the analog of a management consulting firm, the legal authority that he in fact does have to do what he's doing, to bring accountability and transparency to government agencies as the American people have elected Donald Trump to bring to these agencies. This was some commentary I'll share for the record, and I agree with this commentary and analysis of Mr. Musk and the DOJ authority, legal authority. Quote, a common charge against Musk is that he's unelected. Nobody voted for Elon Musk, the progressive publication Mother Jones huffed. Well, yes, but no one voted for any other Trump advisor either. The president is elected to run the executive branch and then relies on myriad people in different positions with varying degrees of power and influence, none of whom are elected to do it. That is, in fact, the nature of the executive branch. The unified executive is allowed to appoint advisors. Some of them are principal officers subject to Senate confirmation, others are not. This is not an aberration. This is standard operating procedure of any executive branch. There is a long history of presidents tapping informal advisors to assist them. The originally derisive term, quote, kitchen cabinet, dates back to Andrew Jackson in the 1930s. This has been routine from Democrat administrations to Republican administrations throughout the history of our republic. It's also rich to complain about Elon Musk's unelected status when no one in the vast federal apparatus that he's grappling with was elected either. If you're concerned about unelected people, then you should look at the bureaucrats that Elon Musk is interviewing. There's a lot more of them than there are of him, unelected bureaucrats. The difference is that Musk is operating with the approval of a newly elected president. And that brings me to my final point. What is the authority that the president has to do this? Every single one of these decisions on government efficiency, every single decision of cutting waste, fraud, and abuse in these agencies, every recommendation that comes from an audit of this information is ultimately given to a politically accountable Senate-confirmed leader in these agencies. And in the case of Treasury, it's Scott Bessent. If you have a problem with anything that DOJ is doing in Treasury, then you have the opportunity as a member of Congress with jurisdiction over the Department of Treasury to exercise oversight over a Senate-confirmed secretary. Nothing that's happening at Treasury is happening without the accountable decision-making of the Secretary of Treasury. And you, as a member of Congress, have the complete authority to exercise oversight over that Department of Treasury secretary. So a lot of hysterics, a lot of speculation, a lot of throwing out of accusations, but no facts, no evidence, and no argument that there is nothing happening here that hasn't happened in every other administration under the authorities given by the American people to an elected president and elected or Senate-confirmed Secretary of Treasury. I yield.
Gentleman from Kentucky yields back, seeks recognition. He's already been recognized. Gentleman from Texas.
I believe I have time left, don't I,
No.
Mr. Chairman?
Gentleman from Texas.
I
Are
move
you
to
seeking
strike the-
recognition?
Yeah, I move to strike the last word, and I yield my time to Congressman Kessler.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized to strike that word for 5 minutes, and he has yielded some time to Mr. Caston of Illinois.
My friend, Mr. Barr, and truly a friend, I've always enjoyed your company in our years together. I want to commend you for rigorously demolishing a straw man. Let us remind what this bill does, because everything you've said has nothing to do with this amendment. The bill does not say that we are going to get this data from the Bank Secrecy Data Act, from FinCEN, only once we have identified a crime. It says we need to get this information because we're concerned that this information is not being provided. The amendment does not say there has been a crime. It says we are concerned with the lack of supervision and we need to get the data out. Y'all made a lot of stink about defunding the police last term. And I would point out that in order to protect against crimes, first you need to monitor. If you find evidence of a crime, then you need to have an investigation. And if you find through that investigation the suggestion of a crime, you will go through and you will have, with appropriate due process, prosecution of that crime. And yet your argument is that in the absence of finding evidence of a crime, we should not monitor and we should not investigate. This isn't hyperbolic. This isn't partisan. This is saying, did we get this job because we wanted to do our job? Or did we get this job to fulfill a political agenda? We know the Treasury system was hacked. We know it was hacked by people who were initially blocked from having access to that data by the acting Treasury Secretary. You don't want to even ask why? We know that the administration initially said, well, they only had read access, and then on further pressure, it was revealed that they actually had write access. You don't care about that? This massive piece of software that every one of our adversaries would love to get inside and corrupt the code. You don't even want to monitor that? So again, shot down the straw man, kudos. Dead on the ground, murdered him. It's not what this amendment is. The amendment is saying, does Congress do oversight? Does Congress ask questions? Especially when the administration has fired the inspectors general and the whistleblowers who we in Congress put in place in order to protect against these abuses. If you don't want to do your job, that's fine. But don't accuse this amendment of doing something it's not. Just acknowledge that you don't want to do your job, and then we will at least know what we stand for. Yield back to the gentleman from Texas.
Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you. And I move to strike the last word, and I yield to Congressman Liccardo.
I
The
want to
gentleman
thank,
from Texas is yielded time.
Mr. Gonzalez for yielding. I appreciate Mr. Wagner's concern about unnecessary hysteria. I think we should all agree we want to avoid unnecessary hysteria about conflicts of interest, about violations of privacy. And the way to avoid hysteria and counter hysteria is to ask questions and to get information. Something I learned very well as a criminal prosecutor, that the way to get past the emotion is to ask the question, get facts out there, allow for inquiry. Why is this majority so unwilling to ask that question? And very sensible questions, by the way, that are suggested in this amendment from Mr. Caston about whether or not individuals who have access have been subjected to cybersecurity requirements, background checks, insider threat screening, training requirements, ethic requirements that are standard for anyone who have access to such incredibly sensitive information for millions and millions of Americans. Why is it we would be unwilling to ask questions about who has access and for what purpose and what are they doing with this information? Why is it we're unwilling to ask the question, and why is it that this administration is so leery about simply identifying that Musk is the person who's directing all this activity? That very fact should make us concerned, particularly since, as Mr. Casson mentioned, virtually every inspector general with any responsibility has been fired. We should be willing to ask questions. I encourage my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to ask those questions before we are all dealing with the fallout from the crisis and the scandal that we know will inevitably result. I yield back to Mr. Gonzalez.
Gentleman from Texas yields back. Is there anyone else seeking recognition? The chairman recognizes himself to strike the last word. Let me say that I support the underlying bill, the Financial Privacy Act. I don't support Mr. Caston's amendment, and I urge members to reject it. And that's because while he asked some fundamental good oversight questions, we have an oversight subcommittee, and I think Chairman Barr made excellent comments, as did Chairman Davidson, that this committee has oversight of the Treasury, of the Secretary of Treasury, the operations of the Treasury Department, including their coordination with the Department of Government Efficiency. That work is ongoing. That work is important, and it will continue. But I don't believe Mr. Caston's amendment is relevant as an amendment to Mr. Davidson's fine underlying bill, which is fully bipartisan. Therefore, I urge a no vote on Mr. Caston's amendment and a yes vote on the underlying Davidson-Himes bill, and I yield back the balance of my time. The question, if there's no further debate on Mr. Caston's amendment, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion chair, the nays appear to have it.
Mr. Chair.
The nays have it. Amendment is not adopted. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Request a recorded vote.
A recording vote has been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote shall raise their hand and be counted. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is so ordered, and pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, further proceeding on this amendment are postponed. We will now move to consideration of H.R. 747, the Stop Chinese Fentanyl Act of 2025 by Mr. Barr of Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. The fentanyl crisis is one of the largest threats to our country and continues to plague our families and neighbors across the United States. Drug overdoses are the leading cause of death for Americans aged 18 to 45, and fentanyl is responsible for nearly 70% of these deaths. Deaths involving synthetic opioids continued to rise in 2022, with 73,838 overdose deaths. Each one of these is just a terrible tragedy. From September of 2023 to August of 2024, 57,997 Americans died of an opioid overdose. In 2023, 1,984 Kentuckians lost their lives to a drug overdose. Sadly, I've met with constituents who have lost loved ones to this epidemic. Unfortunately, this scourge has spread with the help of our greatest strategic threat, the People's Republic of China and the Chinese Communist Party. In just the past 2 years, the Office of Foreign Asset Control, or OFAC, at the Treasury Department sanctioned more than 300 targets for drug trafficking. We know that China has historically been and remains the primary source of fentanyl in global circulation through the production of precursor chemicals and outsourcing final production to cartel laboratories in Mexico, and then exploitation of our open southern border over the last 4 years. That's why it is paramount that we not only secure our southern borders, but that this committee pass my legislation that is being considered here today, H.R. 747, the Stop Chinese Fentanyl Act, which passed the House on suspension last Congress. My bill amends the Fentanyl Sanctions Act to expand the definition of foreign opioid trafficker to include certain Chinese entities and government officials who fail to take steps to prevent opioid trafficking, subjecting them to sanctions. This bill also requires the President to determine whether the heads of the National Narcotics Control Commission, the Ministry of Public Security, the General Administration of Customs, and the National Medical Products Administration of the Government of the People's Republic of China are also foreign opioid traffickers. We must attack the production of fentanyl by targeting the source of the precursors in China. Chinese producers of synthetic opioids and opioid precursors and senior government and Chinese political officials' culpability does not end when their precursor products land in Mexico or illegally cross our southern border. We must look at every step of fentanyl's deadly supply chain and hold our adversaries accountable. This is a real thing. The threat from China is multifaceted, but there are entities and persons in China that are literally complicit in poisoning the American people. This bill targets the sources of the fentanyl scourge, and I encourage my colleagues to join me once again in a bipartisan way, as they did in the last Congress, to support this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further comment on this bill? Seeking recognition. Mr. Caston of Illinois is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you. I want to support the bill offered by Representative Barr, H.R. 747. This bill would amend the Fentanyl Sanctions Act to alter the definition of foreign opioid trafficker to include certain officials and companies from China that knowingly engage in illicit synthetic opioid trafficking. Protecting Americans against both fentanyl and the precursors to fentanyl and similar synthetic opioids is of the utmost importance. But I just want to raise the consistent point that I've noted here. I agree with Mr. Barr that we need to look at every step of fentanyl's supply chain, but that also means that we don't sit silent when the White House is defunding those groups that are actually monitoring that. So if these sanctions are going to be effective, number one, we have to have a strong dollar that remains the world's global reserve currency, not a dollar that is choosing to, I don't know, borrow a ton of money to create some cryptocurrency reserve because somebody didn't understand T-sheet accounting, not to engage in what the Wall Street Journal has called the dumbest trade war ever that is tanking the U.S. economy. I would just point out that it's hard for sanctions to have bite imposed by the United States if the yuan becomes the world's reserve currency. I'd also note that economic and trade sanctions don't matter without enforcement. We have to recognize who's behind the shell companies that these bad actors use to evade sanctions, and yet apparently it's become political to know who's behind those shell companies. Without the Corporate Transparency Act, which Trump and congressional Republicans are gutting, it's real easy to evade sanctions. Trust me, as a guy who, I used to joke that in my last life that I was a CEO of 30 different LLCs, but I could only name 3 of them off the top of my head. It's easy to hide the disclosure in these entities. And yet gutting the Corporate Transparency Act would make it impossible to pierce that corporate veil and find out who these bad actors are. We also need to make sure that we fund our port operators, all of our transportation agencies, because after all, most of these precursor chemicals from China are coming in through cargo from China that's got to be inspected in our ports. I'm all for having sanctions, but if you don't know the crime's being committed because you don't have the cop sitting there monitoring where it's coming in, how do you know who to sanction? So I support the bill, but as I've said consistently today, we got to make sure to fund the police, and we got to make sure to stand up for the underlying principles in this bill to shut down the entire fentanyl chain. even when that's politically uncomfortable. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Anyone seeking recognition? Chair recognizes himself to strike the last word. I want to commend my good friend Chairman Andy Barr of Kentucky for his good work on this critical legislation. It's an important step in combating fentanyl crisis that continues to devastate our American communities. This has been an incredible issue that the Congress has tackled on a bipartisan basis, and I'm so pleased to see the also aggressive actions from the Trump administration to fight fentanyl through the use of persuading our friends in Canada and Mexico. You've got to help us coordinate in this fight on the border, and I'm so grateful for his success in achieving that step. You know, when I was a kid, I never knew someone when I was in high school and college that died of a drug overdose. And yet my kids, who are now 28 and 25, when they were in high school and college, I think I'm up to 6 funerals that they went to. Either an overdose that went wrong on something that no one expected that might have had fentanyl in it, or they took their own life as a result of drug addiction. And this is a real curse on our society. And China remains the primary manufacturer, financer, and distributor and transporter of the chemical precursors that are used to synthesize fentanyl and other synthetic opioids. Just the bottom line. It comes into Mexico, comes directly into the U.S., even through the mail. Senator Cotton and I passed a bill back in 2018 to give the Postal Service more scrutiny of inbound precursors. And in 2019, the Chinese supposedly banned fentanyl exports to the United States. And yet this so-called ban has absolutely not been effective. In 2023 alone, drug overdoses once again were the leading cause of death for Americans 18 to 45, with fentanyl responsible for nearly 70% of those overdoses. In that same age group, fentanyl has claimed more lives than that of car accidents, suicide, gun violence, and breast cancer. This committee is committed to doing our part to doing something about China's leading role in this crisis. Chairman Barr's bill would hold Chinese entities and the government officials accountable by imposing sanctions for their role in this asymmetric warfare against the citizens of the United States. I thank Mr. Barr for his work to stand up to the CCP and find real action in conjunction with the authorities of the executive branch on this matter. And I support the bill. I urge all my colleagues to vote for it, and I yield back the balance of my time. There being no further debate on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, we'll move to consideration of amendments. Does anyone seek recognition or an amendment to Mr. Barr's ANS? There being no further discussion or amendments to the bill, the question now occurs on ordering the bill reported favorably to the House. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes appear to have it, and the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition? Gentleman requests a recorded vote. Recorded vote's been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote shall raise their hands. Sufficient number having raised their hands, the recorded vote is so ordered, and pursuant to subsection C5 of Rule 3 of the committee rules, further proceedings on the amendment are postponed. We will now move on to consideration of H.Res. 59. Clerk will report the resolution.
H.J. Res. 59, disapproving the rules submitted by the Bureau of Consumer Financial Protection relating to overdraft lending, very large financial institutions.
Clerk will suspend the reading, balance of the reading, be considered as read. Chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Mr. Chairman, I raise a point of order.
The gentleman from Illinois raises a point of order.
I would just note that on a bill that would so dramatically raise costs on the cost of the American taxpayer, I would note that a
You
quorum.
don't need to explain it.
Quorum is not present, and I make a point of order that a quorum be present before continuing.
The committee will stand in a brief recess while we assemble a quorum. Chairman reports that there is a quorum present. Committee will come to order. Recognize myself for 5 minutes to strike the last word on H.J. Res. 59. I urge my colleagues to support H.J. Res. 59, the resolution to nullify the CFPB's harmful overdraft rule. Oh, we are.
Can we call the roll, please?
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from New York.
You called the quorum. The quorum was proved. They did not make a timely request. Can we move on?
No, the gentleman had a parliamentary inquiry requesting a quorum to be present, and the best way to satisfy that is to call the roll. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Lucas.
Present.
Present. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga, present. Mrs. Wagner. Mr. Barr. Mr. Williams. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Loudermilk.
Present.
Present. Mr. Davidson. Present. Mr. Rose. Mr. Stile. Mr. Timmons. Present. Mr. Stutzman. Present. Mr. Norman. Present. Mr. Muser. Present. Mrs. Kim. Mr. Donalds. Here. Mr. Garbarino. Present. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Flood.
Present.
Present. Mr. Lawler. Present. Ms. De La Cruz. Mr. Ogles. Here. Mr. Nunn. Mrs. McLean. Present. Ms. Salazar. Present. Mr. Downing. Here. Mr. Herodopoulos. Present. Mr. Moore. Present. Ranking Member Waters. Ms. Velasquez. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Green. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Himes. Mr. Foster.
Present.
Present. Mrs. Beatty. Mr. Vargas. Here. Mr. Gottheimer. Present. Mr. Gonzalez. Present. Mr. Caston.
Present.
Present. Ms. Presley. Ms. Talib. Here. Mr. Torres. Ms. Garcia.
Here.
Here. Ms. Williams of Georgia. Ms. Pedersen. Mr. Fields. Ms. Bynum. Mr. Liccardo.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Mr. Sessions is recorded as not present.
Please change that to present. Thank you, sir.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Ms. Velasquez is recorded as not present.
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 Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Ms. Williams of Georgia is recorded as not present.
Present.
Present. Ms. Wagner is recorded as not present. Present.
Has any other member entered the chamber and not been recognized? Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 29 members present.
29 members present indicates there's a quorum present to continue our business. Chair recognizes himself to strike the last word on H.J. Res. 59. I urge my colleagues to support H.J. Res. 59, a resolution to nullify the CFPB's harmful overdraft rule. Last November, the American people made clear the Biden administration's handling of the economy was unacceptable, and the country was clearly headed in the wrong direction. That's why Senate Banking Committee Chairman Tim Scott and I sent a letter to the financial services regulators in the Biden-Harris administration and told them not to issue any more rulemaking, so-called midnight rules, between that time and the inauguration of the new administration. Despite that mandate, former directors of the CFPB, Chopra, blazed ahead by issuing 5 final rules, 4 proposed rules, and 18 enforcement actions after November 9th, 2024. The sheer volume of actions and the rush to issue them highlight the concern that Republicans on this committee have had and long raised about the potential of willful abuse of power, particularly under Democratic administrations at the CFPB. The CFPB overdraft rule imposes a government price cap on overdraft products and very importantly, redefines them as credit, something that has not happened before, and departing from a long-standing understanding of how these services have traditionally been treated legally and from a supervisory point of view. As we've learned time and time again, federal price regulation does nothing to help consumers. In writing the rule, the CFPB relied on flawed analysis and failed to include a valid, statutorily required cost-benefit analysis. That would have highlighted the direct negative impact on financially vulnerable consumers, the very citizens and families that the rule was supposed to protect. Moreover, the proposal completely ignores changes that we've been seeing through competition among financial institutions and fintechs regarding deposit services, deposit structure, and overdraft fees. In order to attract customers, many financial institutions have created new products and have reduced overdraft fees, with several large banks eliminating them altogether. There have been significant innovations in how banks offer overdraft services, such as including low balance alerts, mandatory backup accounts, and overdraft grace periods. Competition and innovation have helped consumers avoid fees and better manage their financing without limiting an affordable way to access that extra cash that's needed and prudently used between paychecks. Perhaps most concerning is the CFPB's reinterpretation of credit in the overdraft rule, which disregards how Congress defined credit in the Truth in Lending Act, a definition that's been consistently relied upon by financial institutions and our courts for 5 decades. It allowed it to take effect, this rule, if it allowed to take effect, this rule would impose a burdensome disclosure regime that could confuse consumers instead of informing them. Ultimately, it may lead to increased costs or the elimination of overdraft protection programs altogether, forcing consumers to take out high-cost loans, miss their mortgage or utility payment, or altogether. Both options leave consumers worse off. Staff at the Federal Reserve Bank of New York published a report in 2021 on the effects of price cap on overdraft services. They said quite clearly and quite succinctly, overdraft fee caps cause a ration of overdraft credit and inhibit financial inclusion. The benefits of a fee limit come at the cost of more unbanked, low-income households. Fortunately, we have the opportunity to advance this legislation that will prevent these detrimental effects being borne by our families. A survey conducted last year by Morning Consult revealed a significant majority of Americans value bank overdraft programs. 67% of consumers consider their bank overdraft protection useful. 79% of consumers who have paid an overdraft fee in the past year appreciated having their payment covered rather than a check returned. 64% of consumers believe it reasonable for banks to charge an overdraft fee, and nearly 72% of these consumers viewed fees as justified, particularly for ensuring timely payment of important bills like mortgages to protect consumers from higher interest rates or fees. If there's one thing I learned from all my years of being in community banking is how smart consumers are in managing their finances from paycheck to paycheck monthly. I also learned that competition gives consumers more choice, and we ought to be promoting competition, not federal price controls. To protect consumers and ensure financial access, we should pass this resolution to nullify the CFPB's overdraft rule. I urge a yes vote, and I yield back the balance of my time. Who seeks recognition on H.J. Res. 59? The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to speak in favor of Chairman Hill's resolution of disapproval. But first, I would like to request unanimous consent to enter into the record a letter of support of this resolution from the Oklahoma Bankers Association.
Without objection. Without objection, will be included.
House Joint Resolution 59 rolls back the CFPB's harmful overdraft lending rule. The CFPB's rule is severely misguided in as it seeks to put government price controls over our banks and credit unions. Overdraft protection services provide a needed form of short-term liquidity for customers who opt in to use the product. The CFPB's rule would lead lending institutions to restrict access to overdraft programs, limiting consumer choices for folks who have few options for meeting short-term liquidity needs. The government should not be making one-size-fits-all approaches to financial products. These would harm consumers' access to financial flexibility and emergency liquidity. I strongly support Mr. Hill's resolution, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Oklahoma yields back. Who seeks recognition? Gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's just note that we're considering this bill at a time when the Trump administration is doing everything in their power to shut down the successful and popular Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. There is literally no one who is currently supervising and examining the largest banks for consumer compliance to make sure that they follow consumer financial protection laws. In addition, Elon Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency are getting access to sensitive data on millions of consumers and businesses, including information that Elon Musk would be able to monetize when he launches his payment app. I'm very partial to the quote of Louis Brandeis, the former jurist who, in writing a rule that substantially made the Sherman Antitrust Act what it is, that he said, when you have great concentrations of wealth in a society, you have three choices. You can let the government take over the wealth, which is to embrace communism. You can let the wealth take over the government, which is to embrace fascism. Or you can embrace competition and break up the wealth. It's very clear which door the Trump White House has chosen. The CFPB is also dropping pending enforcement cases left and right against multiple banks, payment systems. The CFPB is not even carrying out processes right now to make sure that money can be distributed to Americans based on cases that have been adjudicated in favor of the American people. That decision's already done, and they've gutted the ability of the staff to make sure that Americans, Republicans, Democrats, Whigs, Federalists, would actually get money that they are allowed to receive. Today, House Republicans are adding insult to injury by advancing this bill to allow big banks to increase their overdraft fees on 23 million working-class families. That's why I oppose H.R. 59, which would undo the CFPB rule that curbs overdraft fees. I would curb to $8. We've got banks charging as much as $35 right now. That is what's going on. But I want to be very clear. There is nothing wrong with businesses trying to make money. There's nothing wrong with businesses trying to make as much money as they can and charge as much revenue as they can. But I would point out to you, moving on from Justice Brandeis, Fred Kahn, who was the head of the Civil Aeronautics Administration under Ronald Reagan when the airlines were deregulated, famously said that the process of deregulation shifts the burden of consumer protection from rate setting to antitrust enforcement, and deregulation fails when it does the former and fails to do the latter. The question here is, are the banks sufficiently powerful to be monopolistic? Do they have competition? And if so, should the regulatory role be to set prices or to engage in antitrust enforcement? It's one of those two, right? I know the chairwoman, this has been an issue that's very important to her, had the big bank CEOs testify before the committee several times on these overdraft protection issues. When Rohit Chopra was confirmed as the CFPB director, he joined in that effort. A few banks have voluntarily reduced their fees. Not all have. And I want to point out, this is not a partisan issue. According to a recent poll, 84% of Americans, including 83% of Republicans, support limiting overdraft fees only to what the overdraft costs the bank to provide them with no additional profit. That's what the CFPB's rule would do. So we need to get back to making sure that we look out for consumers, look out for the American people. I know the chairwoman has raised concerns with the chairman about making sure that we bring in a hearing with the acting director of the CFPB, as the Senate has. I understand there's some debate about whether we should bring that in until there's a full-time appointed chairman, but we need to have these conversations, and my goodness, we shouldn't be passing the CRA. So I oppose and yield back.
Gentleman from Illinois yields back. The vice chairman of the full committee, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Heisinger, is recognized to strike the last word.
Thanks, Chairman Hill. And I just have to say it, Mr. Chairman, this is quite rich. I would note that the past administration and my friends on the other side of the aisle, including the gentleman from Illinois, have pretty much done everything they can to strangle competition in the creation of banks. You know, he's complaining about the lack of competition, and that's going to be the constraint here if somehow Rohit Chopra doesn't get his wording, yet the actions of the regulators themselves have caused there to be fewer banks, which is why a lot of us on this side of the aisle have been talking about de novo banking and creating new banks and making sure that we have a fulsome and flourishing banking system, from startups to community banks, to those mid-sized regional banks, to those international banks, which have to service our international companies. And so, you know, this, frankly, Mr. Chairman, this rule is an insult to the senses, as you had pointed out in your opening statement on this. And yeah, look, after President Trump won in November, which he won, apparently a lot of my colleagues, based on what happened last night, seem to forget that. Most regulators got the message, and they stopped their rulemaking. They put their pens down, as we would say out here. But now, thankfully, former Director Chopra couldn't help himself, so that's why this disapproval resolution is before our committee today. Republicans share a common goal, I would hope that's a common goal, to ensure financial inclusion as well as financial literacy and awareness. But frankly, this rule is not going to accomplish that, and the Democrats know that. Let's not fool ourselves. This will impact community banks. After losing consumers post the bank failures of 2023, led by Marty Grunberg at the FDIC and a number of others who had a disastrous response to SVB and First Republic and others, community banks remained at a disadvantage, and any rule will lead to a greater consolidation in the banking industry. But maybe that is what the Democrats really want. Fewer banks and more regulation. Actions speak louder than words, Mr. Chairman. So interestingly enough, overdraft is one of the most widespread yet transparent and competitive products available in depository banking. They make up only a fraction of consumer complaints, though, about 2%, even though it's widely used. And banks are responding proactively without government intervention, I might add, taking steps to promote transparency in their overdraft products. That includes low balance alerts, grace periods, other innovative tools to make sure consumers are protected from unnecessary fees. And by the way, as the technology improves, the banking that is able to be done on a home computer or on your phone, frankly, is stunning. And it's those types of innovations that have, I believe, rendered this in many ways a moot effort by former Director Chopra. So Federal Reserve Bank of New York study concluded that capping overdraft fees, in fact, hinders financial inclusion. It reduces the availability of low-cost depository accounts and will promote an increasing of minimum balance requirements, therefore putting traditional banking even further outside the reaches of many. So banks, small, medium, large, all over in my home state of Michigan, have shared stories of consumers who use overdrafts strategically to ensure important expenses are paid. I know many of my friends on the other side of the aisle and many of us on this side of the aisle have concerns about payday lending. So why are you going to make the use of the banking system even more difficult for these families that are struggling? rent, utility, medical bills are ultimately paid when a shortfall exists for them. So, Mr. Chair, I would also, in my remaining moments, like to include a letter from the Michigan Bankers Association dated last March into the record regarding their concerns about the overdraft lending ruling from Mr. Cho.
Without objection, that letter will be included in the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just hope that we can realize what this was on the way out the door. This was a land grab. This was a territory and turf grab. And at the end of the day, this was skirting the law, skirting certainly what has been traditionally and legally recognized as the boundaries of the CFPB, all to make a political statement and push a political agenda. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Oregon is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Mr. Chair, my constituents in Oregon are struggling with high costs and inflation, and more families are living paycheck to paycheck. And I really question, why the supporters of this resolution are trying to increase their fees, and I can't and won't get behind that. I think that it's out of touch. And so there's a clear choice here today. Are we siding with the American people? And I would say, yes, it's easy. Side with the American people. Because families are working too hard for their money for big banks to take $35 from them for overdraft fees. And I've always, in the 8 years I was in the state legislature, I hated tickets. I never gotten a ticket, but speeding tickets and red light cameras, I always hated them because the tickets were like $100 or $200. And the reason I hated them was not because they had these they claim they have these life-saving qualities, but how many hours does it take for an average person to pay that ticket? And that's what I'm bringing to you today. At the federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour, for $35, that's nearly 5 hours of work, and that's before taxes. My son just got his job as a referee. He's 14. And he's just now learning how to manage money. And I think, I know he's going to try and do something. He's going to have a PlayStation subscription, a Netflix subscription, a Hulu, or whatever, illicit subscription he's going to get without our permission. And I know it's going to happen because the other 3 kids have tried it. And so I would say that this resolution is not helpful, especially as our kids learn how to use the banking system, and this committee shouldn't be increasing costs on our families. And every American should have the opportunity to participate in our economy and not be on their knees when they do. So let's be clear here. The current rule isn't putting any unfair burden on our neighborhood banks. Our local and small and mid-sized banks aren't impacted by this rule. It's the big banks with over $10 billion in diversified assets. So I would urge my colleagues to reconsider and put the American people first, the kids who are getting their first job as a referee. Their votes matter, and I think their voices matter. I strongly oppose this resolution, and I support the rule to cap overdraft fees at $5. I yield back to...
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair now recognizes our chair of the Financial Institutions Subcommittee, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, for 5. Strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word, and I want to express my support for the Chairman's Congressional Review Act resolution disapproving of the CFPB's rule on overdraft lending. I appreciate Chairman Hill's terrific leadership on this issue, and he has been a leading voice of common sense on this issue. This rulemaking institutes a government price cap, which will likely result in increased prices on checking accounts or Americans losing free checking and other bank services, or institutions eliminating overdraft services altogether. This is concerning, as people often rely on overdraft in times of immediate short-term funding needs, such as when they're at the grocery store checkout line or auto-paying their mortgage. And I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter letters from the following groups into the record expressing support for Chairman Hill's a resolution of disapproval invalidating the final rule issued by the CFPB regarding overdraft protection services.
Without objection, they'll be included in the record.
Thank you, Chairman. So I want to share a couple of examples that I think really illustrate the point why this resolution is so needed and why the Bureau's rulemaking is a problem. Take the example of a recent anecdote I was told back home. There was a retiree in Kentucky living on a fixed pension who said that, quote, "There are times when unexpected costs arise, like medications or home repairs, which can throw my budget off balance. Knowing that the bank will pay my overdrafts gives me peace of mind to know that I won't miss a payment or bounce a check during these times. The fees associated with my overdrafts may sound high to some, but they are a small price to pay for the security and respect I feel knowing my finances can continue uninterrupted even when I'm running a little short," end quote. Or take, for example, the anecdote shared by a local credit union yesterday. A credit union loan officer who was in my office shared a story about a member who was carrying a pretty substantial set of balances on payday loans. And they worked with that member of that credit union, and they were able to help that member extricate herself from these payday loans, and they helped her to get out of that cycle of debt using the overdraft product, which was much less expensive than the payday loans themselves. Further, studies have shown that overdraft fee caps hurt financial inclusion by reducing access to bank accounts, especially for low-income households. Now, that's a real problem. I mean, if this whole regulation is going to force Americans out of the banking system, that's a big problem, or lose free checking, for example. So instead of limiting the ability of banks to offer overdraft, we should allow market demand to incentivize banks to offer products that fit the needs of their customers. Finally, this is an important point. Customers must opt in to overdraft programs following the receipt of a consumer-tested disclosure. This product is not only a clearly disclosed choice, but an in-demand product that is relied on as a safety net. Consumers, if my Democrat friends who oppose this resolution, if they're worried about their constituents who don't want a $35 overdraft, then they can inform their constituents that they don't have to take this product. It's a voluntary product. They can decline the product. This is a choice. And guess what? Their constituents and my constituents over and over continuously make the choice, I want the product. So why are we supporting the Bureau's junk economics here? There are no indications that consumers are confused by the clear costs of overdrafting their account before they opt in. The bottom line is that they choose to opt in because they find the benefits outweigh the costs. It's time to end government overreach, allow customers to access financial services and products that fit their needs, and incentivize market forces to drive competition and choice. And in my remaining time, I'll make one final point, since I have the time. Look, Chopra is invoking the Truth in Lending Act in supporting this regulation. TILA is a disclosure statute. Why on earth would we be supporting a regulation that instead of provides disclosure actually regulates the terms of the product? This is a bad regulation. It will deny Americans choice. It will deny them access to affordable emergency liquidity. The Chairman's CRA will fix that, and I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote in favor of it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Vasquez, the ranking member on the Small Business Committee, is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the overdraft rule, and I oppose the Chairman resolution. And I agreed with Mr. Caston that Republicans are trying to destroy the CFPB because it's working. Since its creation, the CFPB has returned more than $21 billion to consumers. And let me read a complaint filed by one of Mr. Barr's constituents from Kentucky. He wrote, "I'm writing to file a complaint against Navy Federal Credit Union regarding multiple overdraft fees I have incurred. despite having sufficient funds when transactions were authorized. I was charged fees due to lack posting of charges and credits. This issue aligns with the recent CFPB findings against Navy Federal for similar practices, where transactions settled with insufficient balances despite initially available funds. I believe these practices are unfair and request an investigation into my account transactions. More than 10 million consumers have filed complaints with the CFPB, including more than 4.6 million about credit reporting, more than 83,000 about medical debt collection, and more than 96,000 about students' loans. Republicans campaign on a platform of bringing down costs and fighting for working families. They have done neither, and instead seek to gut an agency that oversees the $18 trillion consumer lending market and has returned more than $21 billion to working families. The CFPB's final rule to limit overdraft fees will save Americans billions of dollars in fees annually. The final rule is expected to add up to $5 billion in annual overdraft fee savings to consumers, or $225 per household that pays overdraft fees. Large banks take in billions of dollars a year from families that can least afford it. JP Morgan and Wells Fargo are the biggest offenders. It is estimated that Wells Fargo makes $1 billion annually in overdraft fees. Other banks, like Capital One, Citi, and Ally, have completely eliminated overdraft fees while continuing to cover overdrafts, showing that big banks do not need to charge these fees at all. Importantly, overdraft loans have led to tens of millions of consumers losing access to banking services, as well as facing negative credit reporting that has prevented them from opening other accounts in the future. The CFPB, this institution will have to choose one of the following options when charging for overdraft. Cap their overdraft fee at $5. Under this simple option, covered banks and credit unions could simply cap their fee at $5, which is the estimated level at which most banks could be able to cover their costs associated with administering a courtesy overdraft program, or cap their fee at an amount that covers costs and losses. And for banks that wish to offer overdraft as a convenient service rather than as a profit center, the final rule allows financial institutions to set their fee at an amount that covers their costs and losses. Or disclose the terms of their overdraft loan, just like other loans. For financial institutions that wish to profit from overdraft lending, they may do so by complying with the standard requirements governing other loans, like credit cards. So what this shows is that this will not eliminate credit. It provides options to the bank. This regulation only applies to banks and credit unions with more than $10 billion in assets. It is true that many community banks and credit unions use overdraft penalties to fund a variety of activities, including originating loans. But community banks and smaller credit unions are completely exempted. Many of these larger institutions have already adopted overdraft protections. Capital One, Citi, and Ally have completely eliminated overdraft fees. So for all these reasons, Mr. Chairman, I am opposed to this hearing.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I urge my colleagues to support H.J. Res. 59, which overturns the CFPB's overdraft rule that caps fees at $5. This situations. H.J. Res 59 is littered with unintended consequences, shall we say. If we reduce the cost of a speeding ticket to $5, you will undoubtedly get a lot more speeding, not less. More accidents, more mistakes, more hardship, more trouble in this realm of things for customers and for the lenders. The same logic applies here, as stated. Eliminating any financial deterrent will encourage riskier spending and leave community banks shouldering the cost. While the rule claims to exempt banks under $10 billion in assets, I went over this with Pennsylvania's community banks, how they felt about this overdraft rule. Community bankers told me that having their larger competitors forced into lowering fees will in turn force them to follow suit in order to compete, making the exemption meaningless. They put it plainly, we would likely be pressured to lower our fees, and $5 does not cover the costs. Another just simply said, this is government price fixing. Many community bankers warn that these caps will likely end free checking, an invaluable service, particularly for low-income customers. Overdraft services allow institutions to offer free checking, service-free access to ATMs, many more consumer benefits. By offering overdraft protection to consumers who are willing to pay for the service, banks are able to supply other services free of charge to consumers who are unable to pay for general banking services. Without that cushion, community banks, often the only financial institutions left in the underserved areas, will be forced to cut free services, leaving consumers with fewer, more expensive options. Again, unintended consequences. Before I close, I'd like to enter into the record stories from Pennsylvania community banks that explain the harm this overdraft rule will cause if left in place.
Without objection, those will be included.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's just countless stories of the problems that will be created by overturning of this rule. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And with that, I urge support, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania yields back. The gentleman from California, the ranking member on the Task Force on Monetary Policy, Mr. Vargas, is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word. Thank you, Mr. Chair. What does this rule do? The rule generally reduces overdraft fees charged by large depository institutions with more than $10 billion in assets from $35 to $5 per transaction. Again, the institution has to have at least $10 billion in assets, and then this reduces the transaction fee from $35 to $5. Though a large bank could charge more if their costs were higher, or they could disclose the applicable interest rate to the consumer. In other words, they could charge whatever they'd like. They just have to tell you what the interest rate is. They're not setting the rate. You can charge anything you'd like. The bank can charge anything they like. You just have to tell the consumer, that's all. We're going to charge you 2,000% interest. Okay, you can do that, but you got to tell them. That's what this does. Now, who's exempted? These community banks? In fact, about 97% of banks are going to be exempted, and almost all credit unions. So when we hear all these things on the other side, it's interesting, I guess, the conversation here, and I don't know who the audience is, because if you go talk to the consumers thought when they were voting for President Trump that the cost of goods and the things that they buy and need to have were going to go down, not up. That's what this rule does. I mean, it was pretty rich. It was said that we were pretty rich about saying stuff. It was pretty rich. It says we didn't acknowledge that President Trump won this last election. That's pretty rich for people on the other side of the aisle to say when they can't acknowledge still that Biden won the last election. Of course, President Trump won this election. We all acknowledge that. We also acknowledge that he ran on lowering the prices for things that people need and use. This does the opposite. And it is amazing sort of the twisted logic that you get here. that you won't be able to charge anything that you want. No, you can charge anything you want. Just tell the consumer what you're charging. Now, if you don't want to tell the consumer what you're charging because you charge so much, well, yeah, then you charge $5. That's what this does. All this other stuff is sort of twisted logic and hyperbole. I don't know where it comes from, but the banks can still continue to do this. In fact, again, they can charge 10,000% interest. They just got to tell the consumer so the consumer knows what they're getting. So again, I think this is a very good rule that was promulgated, and I have to say, one of these notions that, it's a sort of midnight rule like the old midnight judges that they appoint, right? It is, but you know what? Both sides do it. It's pretty rich when one side accuses the other, because this happens in every administration, every time. So this is a good rule. We shouldn't overturn it. It's a bad idea. The consumers are not in favor of overturning this rule. It's a very good rule that makes sense for consumers. And if consumers got to vote on this, this would be an easy vote. You might get one guy that didn't understand what the hell he was voting for to vote to overturn it, but everybody else wouldn't vote to overturn this, because it doesn't say you can't charge fees. It says you can charge whatever you want. You just got to tell the consumer. And if you don't want to tell them, you have to charge $5. That's all you get to charge, because that's what the cost is. And I have a few more things, but I won't say them because, I've been here long enough that when we talk about something, say we'd never do this. Well, we do, and we change our minds all the time. The notion that we wouldn't subsidize, and then we subsidize, we wouldn't lift the debt limit, then we lift the debt limit, all these things. But with that being said, again, this is a good consumer protection rule, and it ought to stand, and I'm against overturning it. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from California yields back. The gentleman from Montana.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for leading this resolution, which I strongly support. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, under Director Chopra's leadership, prioritized scoring political points rather than actually looking out for consumers. Chopra continued to impose burdensome regulations on small businesses like community banks without sufficiently considering the costs. The overdraft rule was one of several rules finalized by Director Chopra after the American people delivered President Trump and the Republican Party a decisive victory. Overdraft products allow millions of Americans each year to meet their short-term financial needs rather than being denied at the cash register. Irresponsible regulation leads to fewer financial services for the consumers who need it the most. The Federal Reserve already requires that consumers must opt in to receive overdraft protection services while being informed of associated fees. This is how the market is supposed to work. Transparency and consistency brings fair pricing for products. So do not be fooled by the rule's supposed carve-out for banks with assets under $10 million. Overdraft fees are decided by the overall market. The government-mandated price cap will affect every financial institution. And like with any size-fits-all regulation, the smallest businesses suffer the most. Financial institutions have to be able to generate profit from the products they offer. Otherwise, they'll not be able to offer them at all. Irresponsible regulation leads to fewer financial services for those who need it the most. After all, banks are private businesses, not public utilities. So make no mistake, this rule will diminish financial access, limit consumer choice, stifle innovation, and ultimately raise the cost of banking for all consumers. I strongly urge my colleagues to get this resolution to President Trump's desk as quickly as possible to rescind this disastrous rule. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time.
Gentleman from Montana yields back. The gentleman from California, Mr. Liccardo, is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you. I move to strike. Thank you.
You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. The rule that our colleagues in the majority seek to rescind from the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau would provide our 23 million American families, almost certainly our least affluent working families, with relief from about $5 billion that our families are paying in overdraft fees. We all ran in this last election, I would assume, on a very simple commitment to do everything we could to reduce the cost of living that is choking our families. Is there any doubt that if we asked American consumers to vote on this very matter, that 95% or more of Americans would oppose the rescission of this rule that is sought by the majority of this committee? I appreciate that some of my colleagues have demonstrated tremendous zeal in extending tax cuts that will deliver a majority of the benefit from those cuts to families making more than $450,000 a year and will cost our children and their children $4.6 trillion in additional debt through tax expenditures. Where is that zeal now? In this case, we have a different form of tax. This is an overdraft fee not imposed for the benefit of the U.S. Treasury, but for the benefit of banks. And CFPB's foregone revenue, of course, will be only felt by those banks with at least $10 billion in assets. That is 3% of the banks in the entire system. Let's not mistake ourselves about who is being protected here. Our families suffer while the biggest banks benefit. Let's also be clear about this process. A CRA resolution prevents any future administration from issuing any subsequent rule on overdrafts to protect consumers in the future in this manner, unless Congress, which, as we know, is subjected to the influence in the financial sector, somehow or another authorizes it to do so. This is not the right approach. If we think there's something wrong with this rule, let's change it through statute. Let's make it clear what Congress stands for, rather than using a CRA, which prohibits any future administration from taking necessary measures to protect consumers in the future. I yield. Thank you.
Gentleman from California yields back. Who else seeks recognition? Chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes in support of the resolution. Let me start with my friend from San Jose, California on that point. If Congress wants to change it, they ought to change the law rather than rejecting this regulatory proposal through a CRA. It's an interesting point. I'd make the case that if the CFPB wants to suddenly subject overdraft privileges to truth in lending and make it a consumer loan, they should approach Congress and ask for that authority, because that's not the authority that's been given by Congress. And in fact, for 5 decades, the overdraft protection has not been considered in that manner. And instead, because of the complexity of that calculation, it would be more misleading to consumers, make it more difficult for them to make a common sense choice on a weekly basis, bi-weekly basis, or every once in a while to pay a fee that's fully transparent and fully disclosed and fully recognized as to what that looks like. A fee set by competition, vigorous competition across all of our communities, from banks and credit unions and many, many non-bank fintech players as well. And as the gentlewoman from New York made a key point, competition must be working because Capital One and Citibank, they don't charge overdraft fees for people in overdraft. And as I noted in my opening statement, there are lots of deposit services, lots of new forms of deposit. There's grace periods, there's warning text messages that services that consumers can get. Banks are meeting competition and meeting the demand for their customers so that their customers are not basically forced off into non-depository institutions products that have been talked about, so-called payday lending, for example, that might have a much higher fee or cost associated with it. So in my view, competition is working and choice is working. And that's why House Republicans offer this resolution in the name of competition and choice for consumers. And again, I refer to not some House Republican source of information, but that of the nation for the Federal Reserve Bank of New York in 2021, and their effects of a price cap on overdraft services concluded clearly. Overdraft fee caps will cause the rationing of overdraft credit and inhibit financial inclusion, something that I think members on both sides of the aisle are constantly saying that they're in full support of. More access to credit, more access to affordable credit for all people, all citizens from all walks of life. And the benefits of a fee limit come at the cost of more unbanked, low-income households. My friend from Illinois, my good friend from Illinois, cited Justice Brandeis on his antitrust analysis. It's always a good quote, but Justice Brandeis ends with, embracing competition. And again, that's what this measure is all about, embracing competition. Mr. Huizinga made an incredibly good point. We heard yesterday from the National Association of Home Builders witness in our housing hearing, which is a lack of competition is being caused by regulatory burden. We don't have bank startups. We don't have more banks entering the marketplace. We don't have more regional banks because the cost of regulation is causing those companies to close, merge. They can't cope with the cost of regulation. And that is a key point. When I started my company in the late 1990s, there were 295 banks in Arkansas. Now there's 70. They didn't go out of business because there aren't customers. We're a growing state. They went out of business because they couldn't bear the cost of this regulatory burden. And we want more community banks out there competing for those deposit services. I thought that was a very good point. And then finally, Chairman Barr made such a good point, which this is an opt-in privilege for our consumers out there trying to manage their monthly finances. This isn't a ticket you get for running a red light. This is an opportunity to manage your money more sensibly. I was an agricultural lender in 2 of the poorest counties in Arkansas for 15 years. Many of those people work week to week. They get paid in cash. They might get a paycheck every 2 weeks. A lot of them are seasonal workers. When it's raining, you don't harvest pine trees. When the harvest is in, there are a few months there where there's not as much work. And people use the overdraft protection to help them manage their credit. That's what we've talked about today, manage their access. It's better to go briefly into overdraft with that service from a financial institution than miss a payment on a credit card that kicks to you a higher interest rate, a much higher fee, you miss a mortgage payment, you miss a utility payment. Those have worse consequences for families. So I believe so strongly in choice. I don't believe in price controls. I think you always get less of something you price control. And who does that hurt? Our working families in this country. So I urge my colleagues to support H.J. Res. 59. I yield back the balance of my time. There being no further debate on the resolution, we'll move into consideration of amendments. Does anyone seek recognition to amend H.J. Res. 59? There being no further discussion or amendments to the resolution, the question now occurs on ordering the resolution reported favorably to the House. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion chair, the ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. For what purpose? Well, I think I'll recognize myself, and I'll ask for a recorded vote. The recorded vote is so ordered. I'll raise my hand. It's requested. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hand. They have. Sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is so ordered. Pursuant to Section C5 of Rule 3, the committee rules further proceedings on the resolution are postponed. We'll now move to consideration of H.R. 1549, the China Financial Threat Mitigation Act of 2025, sponsored by Roger Williams of Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And the Chinese economy, the finance sector, is opaque.
Just a moment, Mr. Williams.
Okay.
The clerk will report the bill. Is this a ANS? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Is it an ANS or is it? Okay. The gentleman, the clerk will report the bill, please.
H.R. 1549, to require the Secretary of the Treasury to conduct a study and report on the
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. This bill considered to be read and open for amendment at any point. Does anybody seek to be recognized? Mr. Williams of Texas, we'll recognize you to strike the last word to support your amendment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The Chinese economy and the finance sector is opaque, and it's well known that the CCP engages in currency manipulation and distorting.
Mr. Williams, once again, I'm sorry, the chair apologizes too. Now we'll hear the form of the amendment, sorry.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1549, offered by Mr. Williams of Texas.
Without objection, the amendment should be considered read as original. If text for further purposes amendment, the amendment in the nature of substitute has already been distributed. Mr. Williams, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. The Chinese economy and finance sector is opaque, and it's well known that the CCP engages in currency manipulation and distorting markets to its advantage. Beijing props up state-owned enterprises, restricts foreign access while exploiting open economies, and weaponizes finance for geopolitical gain. These practices threaten American businesses, global stability, and if unchecked, could allow China to coerce developing nations, manipulate debt markets, and shield itself from its own reckless policies. H.R. 1549, the China Financial Threat Mitigation Act, takes an important step in addressing these concerns by requiring the Department of Treasury to report on the risk coming from the Chinese financial sector, along with recommendations on strengthening international cooperation to monitor and mitigate these risks. Our top priority should always be to protect our Western values and promote the interests of the United States. And my bill is a critical step in holding the CCP accountable for their abuse and of the financial sector. So I urge all of my colleagues to support this important piece of legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Are there any members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of the substitute?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I support the bill offered by Representative Williams and Representative Gottheimer, H.R. 1549. This is a bill that former our colleague Representative Spanberger had previously led, and the House has passed on the floor several times. Specifically, this bill would require the Treasury Secretary to report on risks that China poses to the United States and global financial stability, and include recommendations that U.S. representatives can take to better mitigate those risks. Appropriately, we've got to work with our partners at the Financial Stability Board, International Monetary Fund, World Bank, and other institutions to counter the malign influence of the Chinese Communist Party. But if that's true, and if my Republican colleagues agree, as they say they do, then why aren't they objecting to the Trump executive order directing plans to leave those same institutions? We have preserved peace since World War II because the United States has been the defender of the post-World War II order, because we have made sure that we have international financial institutions that use the full strength of the United States and our historic allies, not the allies that we've only had for the last 48 days or so. If that matters, we need to defend them, because if the IMF falls apart, if the World Bank falls apart, if we don't lend our support to those institutions, the primary beneficiary of our absence of leadership on the world stage, will be China. So if we're not willing to do that, we might as well just admit that we're carrying out Chinese foreign policy. I hope my Republican colleagues will join us in calling out those withdrawals and absolutely support this bill, but that alone ain't enough in light of everything else going on in this Capitol right now. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are there any members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of the substitute? There being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of the substitute, the committee will move to consideration of any amendments on the substitute. There being no further amendments to the substitute, if there are requests for roll call, oh, sorry. Yeah. No. Question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of substitute to H.R. 1549. All in favor say aye. 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 All opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of substitute is agreed to. The gentleman requests a recorded vote. Question now occurs on ordering the bill, H.R. 1549, as amended to be reported to the House. All those in favor of reporting the bill shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall say nay. The ayes have it. Is there a request for a recorded vote? There is. All those who are in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hands. Sufficient number of hands have been raised, and a roll call vote is hereby ordered. Further consideration of reporting the bill is hereby postponed. We will now move to
consider the next bill. Can we go to another one? Do you want to go to another one? We just want to get some. Committee will now proceed to consideration of the bill H.R. 1474. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 1474, to provide for...
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I recognize myself. The clerk shall designate the amendment in nature of a substitute.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1474.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered as read and as original text. The purpose of the further amendment. The amendment in nature of substitute has already been distributed.
recognize myself for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute. I'm pleased to be sponsoring H.R. 1474 with the gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres. This bipartisan legislation is a critical tool for our national security, and I'm hopeful it will garner broad support today on both sides. We're experiencing a turning point in the world's openness towards nuclear power. The shift is not complete, but it has to be backed by regulatory policy changes and industrial and financial resources. But nonetheless, the change in sentiment is clear. The Financial Services Committee has an important role to play here. The World Bank and other multilateral development banks have mistakenly for too long sworn off financing for new nuclear power around the world. In my view, this is a nonsensical policy that's undermined energy security, economic growth, and our own national security here at home. In fact, the World Bank has considered a nuclear project the last time was 60 years ago. H.R. 1474 seeks to change this. Our legislation would require our Treasury representatives at the World Bank, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, and potentially other multilateral banks to advocate for lifting of their prohibitions on nuclear power generation. At the same time, this legislation takes a proactive step towards actually getting new projects off the ground. It requires the Treasury to push for the establishment of a multilateral bank trust fund to provide financial and technical assistance to borrowers who want to embrace this safe, clean energy source. The demand is certainly there. According to the International Atomic Energy Agency, over 50 countries are working to add nuclear to their energy mix or involved in nuclear planning activities. If the MDBs refuse to help, we know who will fill this financial vacuum: China and Russia. The Chinese are gaining an enormous amount of expertise in the construction, having added 34 gigawatts of nuclear power in just the past 10 years. And the Russians already claim some 70 nuclear projects at various stages of development in 29 different countries. Last Congress, the gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas, noted at a hearing that nuclear energy is going to be financed. It's just a question of who does it. He was correct. It can either be an organization like the World Bank, where the United States is the largest shareholder, or it can be the China Development Bank. The technologies can be American or South Korean or European, or they can be Russian. That choice, in my view, is easy. Congress, therefore, has every reason to encourage MDB financing of nuclear energy on a bipartisan basis. Toward the end of the last administration, the U.S. and 24 other countries invited multilateral development banks to consider support for nuclear. Now our committee can make such a support a reality. I look forward to a day when the multilateral development banks are considering new projects in countries that already enjoy the benefits of nuclear energy. Think Brazil, Mexico, the Ukraine. But as technology advances, small modular reactors, we're going to see demand there rise quickly as well. The World Bank and its sister institutions need to be at the table. I want to thank my colleagues, Mr. Torres, working for me on this bill, and our former chairman, Patrick McHenry, that was such a strong advocate. I've traveled the world on behalf of the Foreign Affairs Committee, the Intelligence Committee, and this committee, and I found time and time again, our countries want baseload power. They want clean nuclear baseload power to offset dirtier baseload power energy sources like coal, which is the predominant one around the world. And they want the Ex-Im Bank in the United States. They want the multilateral banks to help make that happen. They want to buy American and not buy Russian or Chinese. From Central Europe to Asia to Africa to Latin America, this is the request. This committee can play a key role, and I thank my friend Mr. Torres for partnering with me on this bill. He has been a voice absolutely for common sense when it comes to nuclear power at home and abroad. So I encourage all my colleagues to support H.R. 1474, and I yield back the balance of my time. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm supportive of this legislation. I think it's important. I think it's strong. I do want to point out that I don't know that my view is shared by all of our Democratic colleagues on the committee. And I want to just acknowledge that some of the Democrats do have concerns about Risks of proliferation, safety, waste disposal issues, certainly concerns about making sure that any financing addresses safety risks like we saw at Fukushima, national security risks like when the Russians are bombing Ukrainian nuclear plants, and of course, where the waste is stored and whether we are making sure that that doesn't just disproportionately flow to disadvantaged communities. I respect those concerns, but I'm personally in favor of the bill for two reasons. One I'm pretty sure is shared by our chairman, one may not be. The climate crisis is real. We have got to do something about it. Our planet does not care where the CO2 is emitted. It cares that we stop emitting it everywhere. And nuclear is a very critical tool to play to make sure that we can displace coal, gas, other sources with reliable, safe, 24/7 power, and nuclear has a role. My second reason, and I don't know that the chairman disagrees, but I think it's important to understand how we got here, and if you'll forgive me playing a little bit on my 20 years in the energy industry before I got here. There's a narrative that nuclear died in the United States because of 3 Mile Island and safety concerns and permitting concerns. And I want to share with you just a little data. From 1967 to 1977, the United States built about 50 gigawatts, that's 50,000 megawatts of nuclear capacity. We started at zero, we had about 50 gigawatts at the end of that decade. 3 Mile Island happened in 1979. If 3 Mile Island was causing the slowdown in nuclear construction, or the concern, you would have seen a slowdown in construction. In point of fact, in the next decade, we built another 50 gigawatts. So we built as many in the decade after 3 Mile Island as we built in the decade before. The 3 Mile Island did nothing to slow down the private sector or our regulators' willingness to build nuclear energy. 1989, nuclear energy construction comes to a stop and hasn't moved since. We've been sitting at about 100 gigawatts of nuclear since. What happened in 1989 was that the Public Service of New Hampshire, the utility, filed for bankruptcy because the New Hampshire utility regulator said, I'm not going to allow you to pass all of the cost overruns from the Seabrook nuclear plant onto your ratepayers. Prior to 1989, we had never figured out how to build a nuclear plant on time or on budget, and it didn't matter because under utility law, you were allowed to pass all those costs onto your consumers, and so the investors were covered. When the New Hampshire regulator said you can't do that anymore, and Public Service New Hampshire went bankrupt, capital markets said, well, I don't want to do this anymore. The reason why China and Russia and France have continued to build so much nuclear is because they're not particularly in love with capitalism. I had a funny conversation one evening with one of my Republican colleagues who we were talking about this stuff, and at the end she said, I'm so surprised to hear that there are Democrats who support nuclear. And I said, well, I'm so surprised to hear that there are Republicans who support socialism. Because there is no way to build nuclear without a heavy socialist involvement of the state. And there's nothing wrong with that in the sense that energy regulation is always a little bit capitalist and a little bit socialist. We want to make sure that there's market forces. We also don't want to cut off power from someone just because supply and demand said the price is too high. And so it's important for us to have these international institutions that are lowering the cost, bringing this forward so that we do have a role for all the reasons the chairman mentioned. But I think we do have to be honest about the fact that private markets don't want to build this, and that is why we need the government to play a role. Yeah, I'd be happy to yield to the chairman.
Yeah, I want to compliment the gentleman on this cost point for states that have regulated utilities. Grand Gulf was another one of those in Mississippi, and the Entergy footprint in the lower Mississippi Valley. And you're right, I think that was a challenge. But today we have the opportunity for the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, in my view, to permit some streamlined small modular nuclear construction models. This is something I've talked to Dr. Foster about. I think that would lend itself to lowering those initial costs, and you get obviously 100 years of power may yield back.
Yeah, and I would just note, we've had a lot of these conversations with the Loan Program Office that I think part of the play with the Loan Program Office supporting these SMRs is if we can, through the federal government, make sure that those next plants come in on time or on budget, then I would assume that 10 years from now, the private sector will follow. But no one wants to take the first bet, and if it takes 5 years to build something, 2 years to commission it, we have to play a role federally to bring that forward before the private sector will follow.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized to strike the last word.
Chairman, just to briefly strike the last word and to note that Mr. Caston and I spent a lot of time on the Science Committee along with Dr. Foster, and that the technological advances in nuclear energy are dramatic and bold. Yes, we have not built any modernly designed or modern plants in decades, but we're talking about no longer using water for coolant. We're talking about liquid sodium. We're talking about modular units that are dramatically smaller and dramatically more efficient and dramatically safer, and thanks to federal investments and research dollars along the private sector. But we're also investing substantially in not fission, but fusion powers, Mr. Caston knows, which is ultimately where we wind up. 5 years, 50 years, 150 years, 250 years. But that's where we go, the mechanics of the sun. And at that point, we will need to be able, through the tax code and regulatory issues, be able to help finance what may well be some expensive plants, but power plants that will change the course of human existence. God bless technology and the investments that Congress and the House Science Committee have made. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are there any of the members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in nature of a substitute? There being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the committee will now move to consideration of any amendments to this substitute. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized to strike the last word 4 or 5 minutes.
Yeah, so I.
Or you have, I'm sorry, you have an
at the
amendment at the desk. Yeah, clerk will report. I believe you've passed out the wrong amendment. We're looking for a Foster amendment. You've passed out a Caston amendment. Thank you, yep. All right, I believe we have those distributed. Call on the clerk to report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1474, offered by Mr. Foster of Illinois.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman?
Mrs. Wagner.
I reserve a point of order.
Gentlewoman from St. Louis reserves a point of order. I now recognize the gentleman from Illinois for 5 minutes to support his amendment. Dr. Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As co-chair of the Advanced Nuclear Caucus, I'm offering this amendment, which I believe is a constructive amendment, to ensure that the safety and quality is at the core of any nuclear project supported by international financial institutions. My amendment simply adds language to Section 3 clarifying that the United States will only advocate for lifting the prohibition on nuclear energy financing for projects that meet or exceed the quality standards of the United States or our allied nations. Russia and China's dominance of new international nuclear power construction does not come with the safety, security, and safeguards in place that American, Korean, French, or other nuclear companies would provide for the international community. So we must do what we can to ensure that any new projects are held to the high standards of safety that our allies in the free democracies of the world would adhere to. These are places where free speech and public input is used to strike the balance between safety and economic considerations. The language in my amendment is similar to language that's already present in the bill in Section 4 relating to the establishment of nuclear energy assistance trust funds. Given that the United States cannot unilaterally impose policies at the IFIs, and that votes must be taken to adopt these policies, we should clarify that the U.S. position is to support projects that match or exceeds the standards that the free world has in place for nuclear projects at their homes. Without my amendment, the current draft does not address these concerns as they relate to the prohibition on nuclear financing, but only for the purposes of establishing nuclear assistance trust funds. My amendment is straightforward and will address these concerns by clarifying the U.S. will not advocate for financing of projects that do not have adequate safeguards in place. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I encourage my colleagues to support this clarifying amendment and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Ms. Kim of California is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Chairman, and I want to thank the gentleman from Illinois for his amendment. As we all know, Mr. Foster brings unique perspective to this issue as one of the few scientists serving in Congress. This amendment provides clarification so that we focus on removing nuclear prohibitions that restrict the multilateral development bank's support for Western quality standards. Certainly, we do not want Treasury advocating for the financing of less reliable technologies. While this emphasis is already made explicit under Section 4 of this legislation, Mr. Foster's amendment leaves no doubt that it applies equally to Section 3 as well. This is a common sense amendment, and I'm pleased to support its adoption. Thank you.
Gentlewoman yields back. Who seeks recognition? The chair recognizes himself to strike the last word. I want to thank the gentleman from Illinois for his amendment. We all know that Dr. Foster brings a unique perspective on this issue as someone who understands physics and science and has long been an advocate for the contributions that nuclear power can make to the United States and around the world. This amendment provides clarification so that we focus on removing nuclear prohibitions that restrict the multilateral development bank's support for Western quality standards. Certainly, we do not want Treasury advocating for the financing of less reliable technologies. While this emphasis is already made explicit under Section 4 of the bill, Dr. Foster's amendment leaves no doubt that it applies equally to Section 3 as well. It's a common sense amendment, and I'm pleased to support it. Recommend my colleagues support Dr. Foster's proposed amendment to H.R. 1474. I yield back time. Is there any other member seeking recognition? If there's no, if not, does the gentleman insist on his, or the gentlewoman insist on her point of order?
I withdraw.
Question now occurs on the amendment by the gentleman from Illinois. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. For what purpose? Let's see. Who seeks recognition for amendment to H.R. 1474?
Oh, we don't wait for text.
Yeah.
We have a Sherman, 3 amendments coming.
Okay.
to the floor.
For what purposes, the gentleman from Illinois, you can be recognized.
Mr. Chairman, with respect to your respect here, we do now have an amendment at the desk.
You have a creeping amendment coming to the clerk. Fastly, take one to the clerk, please. The clerk, please. Clerk will report Mr. Caston's amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1474 offered by Mr. Caston of Illinois.
Reserved.
Point of order.
Gentlewoman has reserved a point of order. I now recognize the gentleman from Illinois for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Chairman. When Chairman McHenry introduced this bill 2 years ago, we talked about the importance of America leading the world in reducing carbon emissions. As you know, I strongly agree with that sentiment, and with your and my belief that nuclear energy must play a role in that decarbonizing future. As I spoke earlier, I support the bill, the underlying text, and I offer the amendment in the spirit of supporting America's role in leading the world to reduce carbon emissions from all paths, not just picking one winner. And so the amendment would add the requirement that the U.S. use its voice, vote, and influence at the World Bank to advocate for financing of all zero-emission energy sources, not just nuclear. That includes hydroelectricity, solar, wind, geothermal, marine energy, energy storage, and electricity transmission. Like nuclear energy, these can all play a role in alleviating energy poverty while reducing the climate change impacts that are bringing so much misery and disruptions to the exact parts of the world that these banks seek to assist. I also want to note that just as we need to provide capital to nuclear energy because otherwise it can't compete in a competitive market, these clean energy sources are too often held back by uncompetitive markets. And I want to share just a quick story with the committee on this. When we were in Sharm el-Sheikh at the Conference of the Parties 3 years ago, President Sisi of Egypt expressed a concern to us about the Inflation Reduction Act. And his concern was that the Inflation Reduction Act was causing massive amounts of capital to flow to the United States that had previously flowed to the developing world because there were so many more incentives to invest in clean energy in the United States than in places like Egypt. After a brief and raucous cheer of USA, 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 we're delighted to have investments in the United States, I noted to President Sisi that if he reduced corruption in his own country, that would increase the flow of capital. And I also noted to him that if he stopped subsidizing fossil fuels, the economic case for clean energy would be stronger. His comment back to us was, my country depends so much on the jobs created by fossil fuel extraction that if I stopped subsidizing them, I would have large numbers of unemployed young men. The Muslim Brotherhood is a recruiter of those young men, and in the interest of national security, I cannot afford to stop subsidizing fossil energy. I share that story because those countries, imagine what happens if we're now using the World Bank to lower those costs and make it more competitive. It's not just that we lower CO2 emissions. It's not just that we give the Egyptian people or other countries in the world access to cheaper energy. It's that we provide jobs for precisely those people who would otherwise be displaced in this transition to the benefit of all of our national security. So I hope the committee will agree that this is a good policy from a climate perspective. It's a good policy from a U.S. force multiplier, soft power perspective. It is also a good policy from a national security perspective. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from St. Louis, the chair of the Capital Markets Subcommittee, Ann Wagner. Strike the last word.
Yes, I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do move to strike the last word. While I appreciate the gentleman's support for the underlying legislation, I must oppose his amendment. The language in the underlying bill is the result of careful negotiations with the Treasury Department, including officials from the previous administration. Its focus is nuclear energy and prohibitions that currently apply to nuclear financing at the multilateral development banks. The gentleman from Illinois wants to add a provision encompassing solar, wind, and other technologies, but these are not subject to the same restrictions that nuclear is. On the contrary, the World Bank is aiming to devote 45% of its assistance to climate finance. So it already devotes enormous attention to the energy sources listed in the gentleman's amendment. And I therefore believe this amendment is unnecessary, Mr. Chairman, and unintentionally diverts our attention, I think, away from the focus of the bill, which is a long overdue financing of nuclear energy at the multilateral development banks. And I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields back. Thank you, gentleman, for your comments. Who seeks recognition on the Caston amendment? Who seeks recognition on your amendment? No. Chair recognizes himself to strike the last word on the Caston amendment. I want to thank the gentleman for his amendment that attempts to broaden the technical assistance associated with this bill, but you see, this is what already the World Bank and the multilateral banks are focused on, the renewable energy sources that he outlines in his amendment. That's why, in my view, it's not necessary. What's been neglected by the multilateral banks and others around the world is the financing of clean nuclear energy to provide baseload power. So I don't believe the gentleman's amendment is necessary. Also, I might add on his good comments on his exchange with President el-Sisi in Egypt, I would like to inform the committee, for those who don't know, that Egypt actually signed a deal with Russia to build 7 nuclear reactors because no one in the United States bid and there was no financing from the multilateral or the Exim Bank to be supportive of a bid. This is as reported to our delegation in Cairo. I found that very concerning. And more concerning is that the Russians, which have not as good technology, offered to build those 7 reactors for the nation of Egypt and not have the first payment made until the 7th reactor was up and running. Think about that from a financing benefit to the nation of Egypt. And that's why this bill is actually so important that we do it. And I urge people to not support Mr. Caston's amendment, but to obviously support the underlying bill. Before I yield back, I want to give a big shout out to Mount St. Mary's from Little Rock, Arkansas in the back of the room. Thanks for visiting the House Financial Services Committee. We hope this is an inspiring experience that either you determine you never want to do public service or you think it's the greatest thing ever. But we'll give you a round of applause for coming to see us. With that, who seeks recognition? Gentlewoman from South Texas. Recognize the strike the last word. You're speaking on the Caston amendment?
Oh, no, I apologize.
Very good. Is there anyone else seeking recognition on Mr. Caston's amendment? Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, the gentleman, Mrs. Wagner, do you have your point of order? You still have it?
I withdraw, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Question now, the gentlewoman withdraws her point of order. The question now occurs on the amendment from Mr. Caston. All in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, say no. No. In the event, Chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Recorded vote is requested.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote shall raise their hands. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a roll call vote is now so ordered. Pursuant to the Chair's previous announcement, further proceedings on this vote will be postponed. Are there any other amendments to this substitute? It's a pleasure for the chair to recognize the ranking member of the full committee. Mrs. Water has an amendment.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Let's have it distributed. The clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1474, offered by Ms. Waters of California.
Thank you. Is there a point of order reserved on this amendment?
Yes, I have a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlewoman from Missouri reserves a point of order. I now recognize the gentlewoman from California, the ranking member of the full committee, Mrs. Waters, for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The World Bank and other multilateral development banks, those are MDBs, use the public resources provided to them by member countries to finance development projects around the world that can transform lives for the better. For years, these institutions have funded projects that could not otherwise be completed without some public funding. Notably, the MDBs have prohibitions against nuclear financing due to the risk of irreversible proliferation, catastrophic safety, and lasting environmental outcomes. Nevertheless, the chairman's bill would mandate that the U.S. advocate for removing prohibitions against financing nuclear energy projects, significantly altering policy at these institutions. Nuclear energy development is very expensive, costing tens of billions of dollars, and projects experience frequent cost overruns and delays. A recent plant expansion near Augusta, Georgia, for example, came online 7 years late at approximately $35 billion invested, nearly triple the initial estimate. Forcing MDBs to finance such high-risk projects burdens financially constrained client countries, increasing the likelihood of debt default and economic instability. It also represents a significant opportunity cost when money and time will be redirected from options like wind and solar generation, which are available more quickly and at lower costs. Further, this bill ignores the catastrophic dangers of nuclear power generation. The radiation released in the 1986 Chernobyl disaster rendered over 1,000 square miles uninhabitable and displaced hundreds of thousands of people, many of whom suffered cancers, birth defects, and radiation poisoning. Fukushima in 2011 was another stark warning with an earthquake, tsunami, and reactor meltdowns, forcing nearly 500,000 in Japan to abandon homes and confront the environmental damage. Expanding nuclear energy, especially without mandates for safeguards to prevent such accidents, risks the health and safety of millions of people. Additionally, nuclear waste from these plants disproportionately harms disadvantaged communities and contradicts MDB's Sustainable Development Goals. Spent fuel is radioactive for thousands of years with no viable long-term storage solutions. Mr. Chairman, that waste doesn't end up in the backyards of the wealthiest neighborhoods. Instead, as we saw with the illegal dumping of nuclear waste at the West Lake landfill in St. Louis, it is predominantly Black and low-income neighborhoods that are harmed. Similarly, the Navajo Nation has suffered severe health crisis from uranium mining and nuclear waste dumping with contaminated water and increased cancer rates. We cannot, in good conscience, advocate for client countries to bear the burden of storing radioactive materials, especially for what may be shipped in from wealthier nations. The waste also raises grave concerns about nuclear security threats. With global security already fragile, this bill would recklessly add more nuclear materials into circulation, increasing the danger of a dirty bomb built from radioactive waste. It is for this reason that I've drafted my amendment to set conditions on Treasury's advocacy for nuclear project financing. My amendment would require that the local communities are in the driver's seat when it comes to determine whether nuclear projects advance. In addition, any project must have a clear plan for how spent fuel will be stored to both protect local communities and prevent nuclear weapons proliferation. Finally, to ensure that companies building these nuclear plants are accountable, this amendment ensures that there is a mechanism allowing local citizens to sue the company involved in the project if things go wrong. And so I urge members to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Ranking member yields back. Who seeks recognition? The gentlewoman from Missouri, the chairwoman of the Capital Markets Subcommittee, Ms. Wagner, is recognized to strike the last word.
I thank the chairman, and I do move to strike the last word. I appreciate the gentlelady, the ranking member from California's concerns, but I must oppose the gentlelady's amendment. I consider this really a poison pill that wants to stop the multilateral development banks from any nuclear financing. The intent is to set up so many roadblocks that the banks are paralyzed, and we cannot let that happen. Not in my backyardism has wrought so much damage here at home, and we must not export it abroad. Another point on the amendment's reference to nuclear waste. Nuclear waste is a complete red herring. Just this morning, the Wall Street Journal reported how countries around the world are busy building safe storage sites while the U.S. wrings its hands. A country like France even recycles 96% of its waste into new fuel. I have witnessed this abroad, and a number that is sure to rise for nuclear producers. There are some on the other side of the aisle, not all, but some, that won't be satisfied until the risks of nuclear energy are absolutely zero. And I think this is like refusing to leave the house because of the non-zero likelihood that you could be struck by lightning. This is not normal behavior, so why would we ever want the World Bank to adopt it? Again, Mr. Chairman, I oppose this amendment. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlewoman yields back. Anyone else seek recognition and support of Mrs. Waters' amendment? Chair recognizes himself for comments on the Waters amendment. I oppose the ranking member's amendment. I agree with the gentlewoman from Missouri that effectively it sets up a pretext essentially to just kill off clean nuclear financing, period, in the multilateral banks. It would hold nuclear to a higher standard than we hold any other energy source. But here are the facts when you think about nuclear versus those other sources. Nuclear is one of the safest sources of electricity that we have in the world, and that's certainly the case outside the United States. When you take into account air pollution and accidents, nuclear is actually safer than wind and hydropower. But do you ever hear anybody rail against safety or pollution consequences of solar or wind farms? You don't. Let's remember that nuclear is already a mainstream energy source that each of us enjoys every day without a second thought. It accounts for 20% of U.S. electricity and 30% of the world's low-carbon electricity baseload power. And of course, not to mention that since for 65, 70 years has powered the U.S. Navy all over the world with an extraordinarily safe record. If there are harms from nuclear energy, they might emerge when you turn nuclear off. For example, studies have shown that deaths increased when Germany and Japan shut down nuclear power after the Fukushima tsunami because it led to higher heating costs and greater air pollution. And I was pleased to visit in Japan and visit the Fukushima site, visit with local, regional, prefecture government and the Japanese government on it. They confirmed that, and they also confirmed that they have set a new target of 20% of nuclear being baseload power in Japan. So I'd like to urge my colleagues to reject the Waters Amendment, but continue to support the underlying bill, and I yield back the balance of my time. Is there anyone else seeking to be recognized on the Waters Amendment? Does the gentlewoman continue to support her point of order on the Waters Amendment?
I withdraw, Mr. Chairman.
If not, let's see, the question now occurs on the Waters Amendment. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hands. A sufficient number of hands having been raised, a roll call vote is now ordered. Pursuant to the chair's previous announcement, further proceedings on this vote will be postponed. Are there any other amendments to the substitute?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentleman from California has an amendment at the desk. We'll wait for it to be distributed.
Okay.
Clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1474, offered by Mr. Sherman of California.
Gentlewoman from Missouri.
Aye. I reserve a point of order. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlewoman from Missouri reserves a point of order and now recognize the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, for 5 minutes to explain his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, the world cannot generate its needed power from perfect sources. Whether it is coal or oil or nuclear, we can argue about which is better or worse, and greenhouse gases versus nitric oxide, et cetera. And so we've debated that. And there seems to be a view that when we're dealing with these multinational lending agencies, that nuclear power should be eligible to get these loans. It has some problems, but so does almost every other source of power. But there is one unique problem that only nuclear has, and that is the risk of nuclear proliferation. One nuclear bomb can ruin your whole day. I am the former chair of the Foreign Affairs Subcommittee that dealt with non-proliferation issues. And we want to make sure that when countries have nuclear power, that it is not a cover, as it is in Iran, for a nuclear weapons program. And that is why the George W. Bush administration developed the gold standard, what we want a country to do to show us that they're looking at their nuclear program for power and not for nuclear proliferation. And that calls for them to agree to sign and ratify the additional protocol, which is part of the Non-Proliferation Treaty and allows the IAEA to do the necessary inspections. It also requires that they agree not to reprocess, since reprocessing is a way that they can develop nuclear bomb fuel. So this is not an attempt to derail nuclear power. We know it works because it works for the United Arab Emirates, and they're generating nuclear power right now. They agreed to this gold standard, and if countries are asking us to help finance their nuclear program, the least they could do is assure us that they're not developing nuclear weapons. It is, I think, would impress the political scientists of 1945 that we've come this long while keeping the number of nuclear weapon states to a relatively small number. And I hope that we continue to do that. Countries like, a host of countries have talked about developing nuclear weapons, and we should convince them not to do so, and we certainly shouldn't finance anything that moves them in that direction. So I hope to have bipartisan support for this amendment, and unless somebody has a question to ask me that I could yield to them, I will yield back to the chair.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from Missouri.
I thank the chairman, and I move to strike the last word. I appreciate my friend Mr. Sherman's amendment, but I must oppose it. While I understand the gentleman's intent, his amendment is truly not necessary, Mr. Chairman. After the adoption of Mr. Foster's amendment earlier today, we made perfectly explicitly clear that Treasury would be advocating for nuclear technologies that meet or exceed Western standards. These standards, of course, include important safety precautions. It's also the case that the U.S. is the largest shareholder at the World Bank and other multilateral development banks, and Treasury will not be supporting projects that pose a non-proliferation risk. I am concerned that this amendment would simply serve, frankly, as an obstacle to safe nuclear projects by throwing up unnecessary conditions, and we've already seen too much of this in the nuclear field. For this reason, Mr. Chairman, I must
Will the gentlelady yield?
I will yield briefly, but we're trying to move things along, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Foster's amendment dealt with safety standards. Iran is developing a nuclear weapon, and they haven't had a safety problem. They have a kill America and kill Israel problem. And this amendment deals with something entirely different than Foster. It deals with preventing countries from safely and carefully developing the weapons to kill millions of people. I suggest we not finance that. I yield back.
I reclaim my time. And again, the language in the underlying bill, let me be very clear, is the result of careful negotiations with the Treasury Department, including officials from the previous administration. And its focus is nuclear energy and prohibitions that currently apply to nuclear financing at the multilateral development banks. I am concerned again that this amendment would simply serve as an obstacle to safe nuclear projects by throwing up unnecessary conditions. We've already seen too much of it in the nuclear field, and for this reason, I will say, Mr. Chairman, again, I urge my colleagues to oppose the gentleman's amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Who else seeks recognition on Mr. Sherman's amendment? The gentlewoman from California, and the gentlewoman from California is recognized, and she's yielding time to Mr. Sherman.
Thank you.
To say that this bill has gone through Treasury and therefore will not be a nuclear proliferation problem ignores the fact that nobody at Treasury is qualified to deal with nuclear proliferation. We leave that to state. They're the ones with the expertise to make sure that our tax dollars are not going to help a country develop nuclear weapons that could kill millions of Americans. There is nothing in the underlying bill that prevents that. There's nothing in the Foster Amendment that prevents that. This bill is the work of those who focus on energy and economics, and energy and economics are important, but so is non-proliferation. This is hardly an obstacle to a country that wants to develop nuclear weapons for energy. It is an obstacle. It is an obstacle for a country that wants to develop a nuclear program.
The gentlelady yield.
A nuclear program as a cover for developing nuclear weapons, which is exactly what Iran is doing now. And I would hope that the gentlelady from Missouri could briefly address us if the gentlelady from California yields her time.
It's
Gentlelady requesting time?
Yes.
I yield to the gentlelady.
Thank you. I appreciate Ms. Waters very much for the time. I'd like to remind my good friend, Mr. Sherman, that we have export controls, very explicit export controls on any kind of nuclear technology at all. And let me finish, sir. And these standards, of course, include important safety precautions. It is also the case that the U.S. is the largest shareholder at the World Bank and other multilateral development banks, and Treasury will not be supporting projects that pose a non-proliferation risk. And we have
Reclaiming my time.
And we have the export controls
Reclaiming my time.
in place.
California.
The fact that we have export controls does nothing if they decide to go to China or France for the nuclear weapon, for the nuclear program. So the reactor can be designed in Beijing or Paris. Safety standards mean it's not going to blow up if they don't want it to blow up. Non-proliferation means it's a cover for developing a nuclear weapons program. And to say that a bill constructed by those who want to promote nuclear power for economic reasons is not going to lead to millions of unwanted deaths in the United States or elsewhere because we allow Turkey, or we allow Iraq, or we allow Brazil, or we allow Argentina to use our money to build nuclear weapons with French technology, with Chinese technology and our money. To say that this bill will not do that, absent these limitations, I don't think reflects a focus from a non-proliferation position. It may be fine with Treasury. There's nothing in this bill that wouldn't absolutely freak out the whole non-proliferation community. And I will...
Could I ask the gentlelady for...
Reclaiming my time, I yield to the gentlelady.
Thank you very much, Ms. Waters. And very briefly, and I don't want to belabor the point, but the Foster Amendment, I really do believe, addresses that. And it makes it very clear that we are using U.S. technologies, not Chinese, not Iranian, not Iraq, not any others. It is specifically using U.S. technologies. So I
reclaiming my time, I yield to the
back.
gentleman from California.
Whether it's U.S. technology or French technology, we build it, they use it for electric power, and then the next day they stop the IAE inspections. The next day they start a breeder reactor program. The next day they start reprocessing. And the day after that, the world has another nuclear state financed by the international organizations where it's more our money than anyone else. Lenin said that they'd hang us and we'd give them the rope on credit. Hanging is so old-fashioned. Now, instead of rope to hang a few capitalists, we're talking about a nuclear weapon that can kill them by the millions. And it'll be American dollars that start off with the energy project,
Gentlewoman's
end
time
up
has expired.
with the nuclear weapon. I yield back.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Does anybody seek recognition? Chair will recognize himself. I want to thank Mr. Sherman for his amendment. He raises a good point. He's been a devoted opponent to nuclear proliferation, particularly in Iran, for which I'm certainly grateful, since that became a modestly partisan issue, and he always stood above the fray on that and was very much in alignment. He's also been extremely concerned about both Russia and China's proliferation and influence around the world. And as I noted in my remarks a few minutes ago, we can say whatever we want to, but it's China and Russia who are out building nuclear power around the world in the global south. And I used Egypt as an example for Mr. Caston, where Russia is financing 7 nuclear power plants, meaning 7 reactor units for Egypt, and they don't have to pay for it until the 7th one is up and running. So it's very important that we do have multilateral bank support for clean nuclear energy, that American technology, French technology, South Korean, Japanese technology is used, because those are the Western high-quality standards that Dr. Foster was talking about. We also, when we debate the future of the Ex-Im Bank here in this committee in the future, I hope we talk about making sure that the Ex-Im Bank is there to support actual U.S. companies that are exporting this kind of technology. But I would ask my friend from California, with all that said, would he be willing to work with the committee staff before this measure goes forward on this issue of nuclear proliferation? I'd say to the ranking member and to the gentleman from California, this is the first time we've seen this language. It was not offered during the McHenry debate in the last Congress. And if he would withdraw his amendment, we'd be happy to work with him. The concept is not, it's a meaningful concept in the multilateral, but of course we don't control everything in the multilateral. As you noted, and you're concerned that our export controls, or those of Japan, or those of the Netherlands, or those of South Korea, are insufficient. I just don't believe that we would see a multilateral World Bank loan to a country of risk. But the gentleman is suggesting it's conceivable. It is not maybe a high probability event, but it's not zero. And I'm asking the gentleman, would he consider?
I'm willing to withdraw the amendment and work with you, but I cannot support the underlying legislation until we deal with this problem.
I understand that view completely. Thank you for the debate, and I would invite members to work together to see if this issue, this risk, could be addressed in some
Mr. Chairman.
acceptable way. Mrs. Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm glad we can come to some kind of resolution on this. I thank the gentleman from California and the ranking member for that, and I do want to point out that so much of this language and these agreements came about not just from Treasury, but also from the Biden administration. So this is something that I do think, Mr. Chairman, that we can come to some kind of agreement on and try and include going forward before perhaps it would come to the floor.
Is the gentlewoman willing to work with the gentleman from California?
Absolutely.
You have your mutual assignments, and the gentleman withdraws his amendment? The gentleman does withdraw his amendment? I do withdraw the amendment. Very good. The gentleman withdraws his amendment. Is there any other amendment on this measure, H.R. 1474? If there are no other requests, the previous question is now ordered, and further consideration of the bill is postponed. We'll now move to consideration of the next bill, which is H.R. 1577, the Stop Fentanyl Money Laundering Act, which is authored by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee and will be offered, I think, by the gentlewoman from Texas. The bill was circulated in advance, and the clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 1577, to provide authority to the Secretary of the Treasury to take special measures against certain entities outside the United States of primary money laundering concern in connection with illicit fentanyl.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Who seeks to be recognized?
Mr. Chairman.
Gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Dela Cruz, what purpose does the gentlelady seek recognition?
For H.R. 1577, Stop Fentanyl Money Laundering Act.
Clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1577, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Without objection, the amendment shall be considered read as original text for the purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of a substitute has already been distributed. I now recognize the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Dela Cruz, for 5 minutes to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As each member of this committee is painfully aware, fentanyl is a poison that is inflicting every community across America. Because fentanyl is so potent, 50 times stronger than heroin and 100 times stronger than morphine, even a tiny amount can cause a fatal overdose, especially if someone is unaware that they are ingesting it. The business of fentanyl or of any drug is not possible without financial support and accompanying illicit financial activities. Illicit fentanyl trade is a multi-billion-dollar industry. Chinese money laundering organizations facilitate the movement of cartel cash from America back to China. This is where the funds are used to procure and export precursor chemicals to Mexico, thus continuing the infinite loop cycle. For too long, we've watched Mexican drug cartels and their Chinese suppliers flood our communities with deadly fentanyl, killing Americans every single day. And yet, we haven't done nearly enough to cut off the financial networks that make this possible. H.R. 1577 will drastically improve our anti-money laundering system to deter and detect fentanyl trafficking. This legislation provides authority to the Secretary of the Treasury to take special measures to thwart money laundering in connection with illicit fentanyl and narcotics financing. It also alters suspicious activity reports, or SARS, to make it easier for law enforcement to identify illegal narcotics trafficking. Narcotics trafficking is a national money laundering priority, yet narcotics trafficking does not have a suspicious activity checkbox on the suspicious activity report, the SARS report. This results in inconsistent reporting by financial institutions, data capture shortfalls, cumbersome SARS queries, and government agencies relying on incompetent data when assessing narcotics traffickers' money laundering methodologies. Adding a narcotics trafficking checkbox to the FinCEN SARS will streamline law enforcement investigations in fentanyl trafficking and the money laundering that it facilitates. I want to add that banks are not law enforcement. While SARS must be re-examined, we must also ensure that we are protecting America's financial privacy. That said, the Stop Fentanyl Money Laundering Act of 2023 is a targeted approach that focuses on real criminal threats, going after the foreign financial institutions and transactions enabling fentanyl trafficking without expanding government surveillance on law-abiding Americans. I want to be very clear. This bill is a critical step in the fight against fentanyl, and it directly addresses the financial lifeline of the cartels profiting from this crisis. If we are serious about stopping the fentanyl epidemic, we need to follow the money. This bill does just that. But let's not forget why this crisis is happening in the first place. The Biden administration's open border policies have created a free-for-all at the southern border, allowing cartels to smuggle in fentanyl and rake in massive profits. Instead of securing the border and enforcing the law, the last administration let drug traffickers run wild. H.R. 1577 is an important step to give us another tool to fight back, to choke off the financial networks that make cartel operations possible, and to hold those who fund them accountable. I'd like to thank my colleagues, first Mr. Ogles and Mr. Nunn, Ms. Kim, Muser, and Sessions for their support, and my Democratic colleague, Mr. Fields, for helping lead this bill. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, H.R. 1577, which received unanimous support by 49-0 last Congress in this committee. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Are there any other members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment? Chair recognizes the ranking member, Ms. Waters, for 5
Move
minutes.
to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
I support the bill offered by Representatives Ogles, H.R. 1577. This bill seeks to address drug trafficking concerns by directing the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, that is FinCEN, conduct an analysis on potential illicit fentanyl and narcotics financing targets, and to issue an updated advisory on trade-based money laundering. I appreciate, too, that the bill incorporates my own provision, a Government Accountability Office study that will gather lessons learned from previous drug crises. While I'm pleased that Congress has bipartisan focus on the fentanyl crisis, there wasn't the same concern when the crack cocaine decimated Black communities all across the country. I've long been concerned that we didn't fully appreciate the generational effects of prior drug epidemics. Thank you, Mr. Ogles, for agreeing that it is important to understand prior drug crises and the financial, health, and socioeconomic effects they had on the victims. By looking at how the transnational criminal organizations targeted individuals and communities over the decades, we may learn more today about how to combat the influx and effects of illicit drugs tomorrow. So I thank you and I yield back.
Ranking member yields back. Are there any other members who wish to be recognized for further discussion? Seeing none.
Madam Chair.
Can't see. Yes, gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, ma'am. Just want to applaud the efforts with this legislation. And of course, Representative De La Cruz represents Texas, but this is more than obviously just a Texas problem. We know most of these drugs have come across the border, our southern border with Mexico, but it has essentially made all of our states, including my home state of North Carolina, a border state. The numbers of deaths, hospitalizations due to fentanyl, the small amounts that can take a life so quickly are something that I don't know that we've ever seen before. At our state, back in my old job in the state, we invested a lot of resources in Narcan, getting that distributed, and other preventive type measures. But the constant frustration all had to do with the flow and the supply of this terrible, heinous drug that was coming across the border and killing so many innocent Americans. It is, so I think this is part of the broader acts, and I support President Trump in finally closing this illicit flow coming across our southern border. This is another step in the toolbox to really rein this in. We know, like anything else, drugs are driven by the price, by their cheap manufacturing, the cost that they can be sold for, and in this case, particularly fentanyl, folks ingest it, not realizing, Madam Chair, what they are taking. And so that's what makes it sometimes even more dangerous than perhaps other drugs that we've ever seen before. But along with protecting our border, making sure that we continue the border wall, that we support law enforcement's efforts, this is a key way to deal with the money laundering aspect for that illicit flow of funds, while at the same time carefully balancing the privacy protections that every American expects. So I just wanted to lend my support to this great bill, actually proud to be one of the co-sponsors signing on to it, and urge the committee's adoption. With that, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Moore, for his comments, and the gentleman yields back. Are there any other Gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, my good friend, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I'd like to just take this moment to echo Ranking Member Waters in noting the importance of the provisions requiring a GAO study on lessons learned from previous drugs crises. And I certainly appreciate the bipartisan concern about the fentanyl outbreak. But let's not forget that there was not the same kind of bipartisan outrage over the scores of crack cocaine. And we know for many years we have argued the disparities and what happens with people with different drugs and what happens with crack cocaine. So I think I want to thank the ranking member for her provision, which is incorporated in this bill. And I yield back.
Gentlelady from Ohio yields back. Is there anyone else who would like to be recognized? Otherwise, I will recognize myself for 5 minutes. I want to thank the gentlelady, Ms. Dela Cruz, for introducing this piece of legislation on behalf of the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and for their work on this legislation. And this great, strong bipartisan work, as Ms. Beatty has referenced here today. Chinese syndicates and Mexican transnational crime organizations are deeply rooted in the proliferation of illicit fentanyl. This extends to the laundering of its proceeds, both through the United States and global financial systems. The illicit fentanyl trade is a multi-billion-dollar industry, and it is largely this partnership between Chinese money launderers and Mexican drug cartels that has allowed fentanyl to become the crisis that it is today, killing and stopping the life of a majority of Americans between the ages of 18 and 34 years old. This legislation enables the Treasury Department to use its special measure authorities to target and disrupt the money laundering operations that support fentanyl trafficking in foreign jurisdictions. These special measures can have a severe impact on foreign banks that engage in illicit finance while sending a clear message that the U.S. will not tolerate fentanyl proceeds exploiting the financial system. Mr. Ogle's legislation will also require FinCEN to update its guidance to financial institutions to better detect Chinese illicit financing and including through trade-based money laundering. And I urge my colleague to support this bill, and I want to thank my colleagues on both sides of the aisle for their efforts, and I yield back. Are there any other members who seek to be recognized? There being no further discussions on the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the committee will move to consideration of any amendments to the substitute. Are there any amendments? It's right here. There being no amendments to the substitute, the previous question is now ordered. Nope. There are no requests. The question now occurs, pardon me, on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1577. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of the substitute is agreed to. The question now occurs on ordering the bill, H.R. 1577, as amended, to be reported to the House. All those in favor of reporting the bill shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. And the ayes have it. Is there a request for a recorded vote?
Request for recorded vote.
Mr. Loudermilk requests a recorded vote, so all those who are in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hands. A sufficient number of hands have been raised, and a roll call vote is hereby ordered. Further consideration on reporting the bill is hereby postponed, and we will now move to consider the next bill. Hurrah. The committee will now proceed to consideration of the bill H.R. 1450. The bill was circulated in advance and printed copies are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 1450 to require the Office of Foreign Assets Control to develop a program under which private sector firms may receive a license to conduct nominal financial
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at this point. Does anyone seek recognition? Gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Beatty. For what purposes does the gentlelady seek recognition?
I'd like to strike the last word.
I think there's an amendment.
Oh, I have an amendment at the,
Yes.
no, this is actually the bill. It's my bill.
Oh, my apologies, Ms. Beatty. The gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the underlying bill.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairman. H.R. 1450 of the OFAC Licensure for Investigators Act seeks to enhance the tools at our disposal to investigate sanctioned people and entities and to hold bad actors accountable. My colleague, Congressman Nunn from Iowa, is joining me in leading this bipartisan bill. This bill requires the Secretary of Treasury to develop a special licensing pilot program within the Office of Terrorism and Financial Intelligence, and administered by the Office of Foreign Asset Controls, OFAC. This pilot program would grant private sector firms a temporary specific license to conduct nominal financial transactions with sanctioned entities to assist with law enforcement investigations. These private firms would be blockchain analytics firms or financial intelligence units within correspondent banks, just to give you some idea of examples. The concept behind this legislation is along the lines of a keep an open letter, which is when the government asks a bank to keep suspicious or illicit accounts open with a safe harbor so it can actually really just go in and monitor the account. Private financial firms are currently limited in their capacity to engage with sanctioned entities due to a robust sanction regime, but that also means that it's impossible to access data about bad actors, about the bad actors' networks and the methods that they're using. Intelligence that would also greatly help our law enforcement, our governments, our consumers of the products, and the financial industry overall. By giving OFAC the authority to tailor the parameters of specific license pilot programs, this legislation enhances our investigatory toolbox while guaranteeing essential protections. And that's what's so important. Let me just give you an example. The specific license would be well-defined and narrowly applied, ensuring that private firms only conduct nominal transactions, like maybe $10, $5, $20 to collect better data and intelligence. And lastly, additionally, the program would have strict oversight requiring the licensure recipients provide detailed monthly reports to OFAC, reporting on their activities and their findings under the license. This innovative bill harnesses the vast resources of the private sector and allows the federal government to work collaboratively with financial firms to further our national security goals. So it's a simple bill, it's a bipartisan bill, and I am hoping that my colleagues join us in this bipartisan bill. And I yield back. My colleague is there.
Gentlelady from Ohio yields back. Is there anyone else who wishes to be recognized? Chair recognizes Mr. Nunn for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman, and I move to strike the last word. I want to begin by thanking my colleague, my Democrat friend, and ranking member, Ms. Beatty. Terrorist organizations, as was noted here, from the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps to drug cartels to Russian mafia, are increasingly adopting sophisticated approaches to fund acts of terrorism. These organizations become adept at utilizing various financial channels to obscure transactions and funding sources. Luckily, the United States is home to the most innovative companies in the world. Just a few weeks ago, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, in coordination with our colleagues in the private sector, recovered $1.5 billion from the Lazarus Group, a North Korean hacking entity. Last year, Israeli authorities used blockchain to recover roughly $1.7 million from Hezbollah. This is why I am so proud to co-lead this with my colleague, Ms. Beatty. This critical legislation, which develops a pilot program within Treasury to allow private sector firms to work with Treasury to improve our investigative leads. This legislation is a vital first step forward to combat evolving threats, those posed by both terrorist organizations and those who are using new and dangerous technology that our private sector and government sectors can work together to battle. Congress should pursue every opportunity, Madam Chair, when it comes to root out evil and disrupt these funding streams, and to ensure that international terrorism is truly combated on all fronts. I want to thank again my friend, Ms. Beatty, for her work on this important legislation, and urge all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to help us move it forward. With that, I yield back the remainder of my time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, yields back. Are there any other members who wish to be recognized?
Yes.
The gentlelady from California, the ranking member, wishes to be recognized. You are recognized, ma'am.
I move to strike the last word.
You are recognized.
I strongly support the bill offered by Representative Beatty, H.R. 1450. Her bill mandates a new Treasury Department pilot program administered by America's Economic and Trade Sanctions Agency, the Office of Foreign Assets Control, OFAC. The program would allow OFAC to issue licenses for certain private sector firms like blockchain analytics firms and financial intelligence units within banks, so they might conduct small-sized financial transactions with and through sanctions entities. The intent is that both OFAC and these firms would be able to investigate otherwise obscure leads that could help to better identify terrorists, Russian oligarchs, fentanyl traffickers, corrupt government officials, and their illicit networks. The bill has robust oversight built in, requiring licensees to report monthly to OFAC on their activities under the program. Ms. Beatty's bill garnered bipartisan support last session, passing this committee unanimously and the House by voice vote. I urge members to support Ms. Beatty's bill once again. I thank you and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there anyone else who wishes to be recognized? Chair recognizes herself for 5 minutes. I'd like to thank the gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, for her legislation. Our committee approved Mrs. Beatty's bill last Congress with unanimous support. It then went on to pass the House under suspension of the rules. This is a common sense measure that will authorize private sector firms to better investigate financial crimes by engaging in nominal transactions with sanctioned entities. These transactions can help investigators trace how money moves through the system, improving our understanding of illicit networks. Ms. Beatty's legislation has similarities with the CLAW law and the CLAW Act, a bill of mine that we all enacted in 2021. It provided a safe harbor for financial institutions that maintain accounts at the request of law enforcement. Gentlelady and I agree that the private sector can play a role in tracking down bad actors, but it is up to our government to provide them with legal clarity when doing so. H.R. 1450 is another step in the right direction, and I encourage my colleagues to support it, and I yield back. Are there any other members that wish to be recognized? There being no further discussion on the bill, H.R. 1450, the committee will move to consideration of any amendments to the bill. Are there any amendments to the bill? Should I do this? There being no amendments to the bill, the question now occurs on adoption of H.R. 1450. All in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the bill
Request a roll call vote, please.
is agreed to. The question now occurs on ordering the bill, H.R. 1450, as, to be reported to the House All those in favor of reporting the bill shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall say nay. The ayes have it. Again, is there a request for a recorded vote, Ms. Beatty?
Yes, request a recorded vote, please.
All those who are in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hands. Sufficient number of hands have been raised, and the roll call vote is hereby ordered. Further consideration on reporting the bill is hereby postponed, and we will now move to consider the next bill. Okay. The committee will now proceed to consideration of the bill H.R. 1764. The bill was circulated in advance, and printed copies, I believe, are available. The clerk shall designate the bill.
H.R. 1764, to accord securities issued by the International Development Association.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. Does anyone seek to be recognized? The author of the bill, the ranking member, Ms. Waters. For what purpose does the gentlelady seek
I have a
recognition?
bill at the desk, Madam Chair.
Okay, the clerk shall designate the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
An amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1764 offered by Ms. Waters of California.
Then without objection, the amendment shall be considered as read and as original text for purposes of further amendment. The amendment in the nature of the substitute has already been distributed. I would now recognize Ms. Waters for 5 minutes to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. H.R. 1764, the Aligning SEC Regulations for the World Bank's International Development Association Act, would allow IDA to more efficiently raise money to support its mission serving the poorest countries around the world. This bill is a statement of commitment to America's global leadership, our economic stability, and responsible U.S. engagement in the international financial system. The International Development Association, or IDA, is the World Bank's concessional lending arm and is one of the most effective tools we have to combat poverty and instability worldwide. My bill would exempt IDA securities from SEC regulations, just as other World Bank arms have been exempt for decades. This ensures that IDA can continue raising capital efficiently, directing resources where they are needed most. This is not just about securities. It is about strengthening economic, stabilizing regions, and upholding America's moral and strategic interests. The United States has long been a leader in international financial institutions like the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. Our leadership in these institutions provides us with a strong voice to improve global economic stability and health. Through our membership, we advocate for high standards, push for transparency, and drive economic reforms that benefit not only developing nations and the global economy, but our own national security too. So I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill and to protect America's leadership. We must send a clear message that the United States does not retreat. We lead with integrity, justice, and resolve. And thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Are there any other members who wish to be recognized for further discussion on the amendment in the nature of the substitute? Seeing none, I will recognize myself for 5 minutes. I'd like to thank the ranking member for her legislation. The Financial Services Committee passed this bill with unanimous support last Congress, and I look forward to it receiving bipartisan support today. The ranking member's bill would exempt certain World Bank securities from SEC requirements that incur additional legal costs for the bank. The exemption would also help the International Development Association, the IDA, market its bonds to U.S. investors, as well as smaller institutional investors generally. This exemption already applies to the multilateral development banks, MDBs, but the IDA, the part of the World Bank that helps the poorest countries, has only begun issuing securities in the past few years. It makes sense that the MDB exemption would apply to those securities. I do want to take this opportunity to point out that we shouldn't stop at benefiting IDA. If our Democrats colleagues agree that regulatory relief can help with capital formation, then we should work together to expand those benefits, I think, more broadly. So again, I want to thank the ranking member for her legislation and urge my colleagues to support it, and I will yield back. Are there any other members who wish to be recognized? There being no further discussion on the amendment in the nature of the substitute, the committee will move to consider the consideration of any amendments to the substitute. Are there any amendments at the desk? Hearing none. Isn't that nice? Hearing none. The question now occurs on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1764. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. The question now occurs on ordering the bill, H.R. 1764, to be reported to the House. All those in favor of reporting the bill shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall say nay. The ayes have it. Is there a request for the recorded vote?
Yes, recorded vote request.
Ranking member requests a recording vote. All those who are in favor of recorded vote shall raise their hands. Seeing a sufficient number of hands have been raised, and a roll call vote is hereby ordered. Further consideration on reporting the bill is hereby postponed. All right, pursuant to the previous order, the chair declares the committee in recess, subject to the call of the chair. We will plan on reconvening immediately following the last vote in the next series of votes on the floor. I believe walk-off is around 4:30. The committee now stands in recess.
Committee will reconvene and come to order following our recess. Before we proceed to a postponed request for recorded votes, we will first conduct a quorum call by electronic device. Members will record their presence using the electronic voting system. I remind members to point their handheld devices at the receiver on the clerk's table. Wow, there it is. There's the receiver being pointed to by the clerk. The clerk will open the vote. And you're going to press your present button, or I guess it's the...
Annabelle. Wagner. Push your button. Yes, I did. You're not on the machine. You can push our button, so push that one correctly. There you go. You would be reassuring to know the chairman.
Mine's not clicking. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the quorum tally?
Mr. Chairman, the quorum tally is 46.
Thank you. We will proceed to postpone requests for recorded votes with a quorum being present. First, we'll be voting on the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 910. A recorded vote was requested. Members will record their votes using an electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish?
It's not user error, I tried it too.
If you're, could I have order, please? Could we have order and not have editorialization? Thank you. If people's device is not working, we have batteries for you. If it's not, it may be operator error, but it may not be, and therefore we do have extra batteries. Have all members now been recorded who wish to be recorded? Does any member wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 48 and the nays are 0.
The amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. We'll now be voting on reporting favorably H.R. 910 as amended. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 48 and the nays are 0.
The ayes have it. The question is agreed to. H.R. 910, as amended, is ordered favorably reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the resolution without objection, so ordered. Now, pursuant to House Rule 6, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members will have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views without objection, so ordered. Okay. Court, tell us how Mr. Scott is reported on that vote, please. It's recorded. No problem. We will now be voting on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1716. A recorded vote was requested. Members will record their votes using electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote.
Garbarino, my signal's bouncing off
Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, the clerk will please close the vote and announce the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 48 and the nays are 0.
The amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. We'll now be voting on reporting favorably H.R. 1716 as amended. Members will record their votes using electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote.
Turn it upside down. I figured that.
Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 48 and the nays are 0.
The ayes have it and the motion is agreed to. H.R. 1716 as amended is ordered favorably reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I'd ask unanimous consent that the staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the resolution without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have a requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. We will now be voting on the amendment in a nature of a substitute to H.R. 1713. A recorded vote was requested. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote.
I didn't even push you. This is very competitive. Fresh battery. Don't you be giving out any more fresh batteries to anybody, okay?
We're making like Duck Hunter, but
Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, the clerk will close the vote and announce the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 48 and the nays are 0.
The amendment in the nature of substitute is adopted. We'll now be voting on reporting favorably H.R. 1713 as amended. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, the clerk will close the vote and announce the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 48 and the nays are 0.
The ayes have it and the motion is agreed to. H.R. 1713 as amended is ordered favorably to report it to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the resolution. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members will have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. We'll now be voting on the Caston Amendment, number 2, on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1602. A recorded vote was requested. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Chair notes that the Harvard people are so competitive. Oh, sorry. Yeah, thanks.
Vice Chair looking out for you.
You're the man. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, the clerk will please close the vote and announce the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 19 and the nays are 29.
The cast amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for H.R. 1602 is not adopted. The question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1602. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. The question now occurs on ordering the bill, H.R. 1602 as amended, to be reported favorably to the House. All those in favor of reporting the bill shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall say no. The ayes have it. Is there a request for a recorded vote? All those in favor of recorded vote? Not hearing one. Do we want one? Who's down there? Somebody waving for one? Yes. We have one. The vice chairman has asked for a recorded vote.
I demand it.
Yeah, I can see that. I'm proud of you. All those in favor of recorded vote shall raise their hand. If a sufficient number of hands have been raised, a roll call vote has hereby ordered. Members will record their votes using electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Yeah. Everybody's going to get a Thomas the Tank Engine if they do well. Yep. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 48 and the nays are 0.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. H.R. 1602, as amended, is ordered favorably, reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be authorized to make necessary technical conforming changes to the resolution without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members may have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. The question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 747. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. The question now occurs on ordering the bill H.R. 747 as amended to be favorably reported to the House. All those in favor of reporting the bill shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall say no. The ayes have it. Is there a request for a recorded vote?
Mr. Chairman, please, I'd like a recorded vote.
The gentleman from Michigan requests a recorded vote. All those who are in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hands. A sufficient number having been raised, a roll call vote is hereby ordered. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, the clerk will please close the vote and announce the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 49 and the nays are 0.
The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to, and H.R. 747, as amended, is ordered favorably, reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be authorized to make necessary and technical and conforming changes to the resolution without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views without objection, so ordered. A recorded vote was requested on the question of ordering the resolution H.J. Res. 59 to be reported favorably to the House. Members will record their votes on this postponed request using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote.
If we could get everybody to vote this fast on the floor, that would be helpful.
Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, the clerk will please close the vote and announce the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 30 and the nays are 19.
The ayes have it, and the motion's agreed to. H.J. Res. 59 is ordered favorably reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the resolution without objection so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection so ordered. A request for a recorded vote on the question of reporting H.R. 1549 as amended favorably to the House was made and postponed. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote.
Better understanding of the Big Short. Now, this our
That distance.
our inability to have instantaneous, right? So we just need a straighter line and closer.
Want to do a battery check? There we go. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, will the clerk please close the vote and announce the tally?
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 49 and the nays are 0.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. H.R. 1549 as amended is ordered favorably reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the resolution without objection so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members will have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views without objection so ordered. We'll now be voting on two amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute on H.R. 1474. First, there was a request for a recorded vote on the Caston Number 4 amendment. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Recorded who wish to be recorded. Any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, the clerk will please close the vote and announce the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 19 and the nays are 30.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. Secondly, there was a request for a recorded vote on the Waters Number 5 amendment. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, the clerk will please close the vote and announce the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 19 and the nays are 30.
The noes have it, and the amendment is not agreed to. The question now occurs on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1474. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. The question now occurs on ordering the bill, H.R. 1474, as amendment to be reported favorably to the House. All those in favor of reporting the bill shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall say no. The ayes have it. Is there a request for a recorded vote?
Mr. Chairman, I draw.
The gentleman from Michigan has requested a recorded vote. All those who are in favor of recorded vote shall raise their hands. A sufficient number of hands have been raised. A roll call vote is there hereby ordered. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Aim right there at the clerk. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, the clerk will please close the vote and announce the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 39 and the nays are 10.
The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. H.R. 1474, as amended, is ordered favorably reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the resolution. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. A request for a recorded vote on the question of reporting H.R. 1577 as amended favorably to the House was made and postponed. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The clerk will open the vote. Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, the clerk will please close the vote and announce the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 49 and the nays are 0.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. H.R. 1577, as amended, is ordered favorably reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that the quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the resolution. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. The amendment in the nature of a substitute on H.R. 1450 was not called up. There was a request for a recorded vote on the question of reporting H.R. 1450 favorably to the House, and that vote was postponed. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. The clerk will call the vote. Open the vote. It's just so much faster. It's unbelievable.
At the end of this, can you remind members to leave their electronic voters things on the table?
You betcha.
So no one takes it.
Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, the clerk will please close the vote and announce the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 49 and the nays are 0.
The ayes have it, and the motion is agreed to. H.R. 1450 is ordered favorably reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. Ask unanimous consent that the staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the resolution. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice that all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, or dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. Finally, there's a request for a recorded vote on the question of reporting H.R. 1764 as amended favorably to the House, and it was postponed. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system, and I remind members, leave your voting device on the desk. Do not take it with you. It's of no value to you with your cable system or streaming app. Members will record their votes using the electronic voting system. Clerk will open the vote.
It's been a pleasure.
Well, it's a game changer around here. This has been so painful over the years.
Yes. And we had this in foreign affairs.
It happens. Foreign affairs, they were looking for them all the time.
I mean, not intentional.
Yeah.
Zero value to take it off.
Have all members been recorded who wish to be recorded? Do any members wish to change their vote? Hearing none, the clerk will please close the vote and announce the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 49 and the nays are 0.
The ayes have it. The motion's agreed to. H.R. 1764, as amended, is ordered favorably reported to the House of Representatives. The chair notes for the record that a quorum is present. I ask unanimous consent that the staff be authorized to make necessary technical and conforming changes to the resolution. Without objection, so ordered. Pursuant to House Rule 11, Clause 2L, I give notice to all members have the requisite number of days to file supplemental, minority, additional, and dissenting views. Without objection, so ordered. Members, we can't transcribe the proceeding. Our court reporter cannot hear a word that we're saying even with the microphone, so please take your conversations out of the room. Where would you like me to go back and start over? All right. There being no further business, the committee stands adjourned.